Let me introduce myself. So I'm Ron Feldman. I am the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis Chief Operating Officer, and I've got a really defined role today, which is to say welcome and to thank you for coming. The Data Summit itself is a great event, but now it's being combined with our 10-year anniversary event yesterday, and so it's really an honor for me to be here and to thank you all for coming and participating. I was here yesterday, and in some ways, everything I was going to say in my introduction has already been said. I mean, we had a data panel where folks talked not just about why are we focused on data, but they got into the details of it, the characteristics we're looking for, specific uses, and that's been the trajectory over the last 5 years of having this data summit, from an explanation of why to solving problems and being very specific. And so I think we saw that yesterday, so I won't belabor that point. And then we also talked a little bit about the survey of Native nations. That's really kicking off today. That's sort of foreshadowing. There's going to be a lot of activity today, but that's particularly important and meaningful. And so that was also raised yesterday. So I'll just say one other quick thing. It's a little bit weird. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, so why am I even here? Besides getting a chance to welcome you, I just thought I would just give 1 minute on at least how, from my role, I think about the work that we're doing here. Because again, we're not as much focused on the why. We're now more at a stage of problem solving, details, moving things forward. But it never hurts to take one step back and think about the why. Why is the Federal Reserve doing this work? Why is it important? And one of my roles here is to approve our budget and help work with Casey and Alene and other members of the CICD on prioritizing and figuring out where should we be doing work and where should we be not. And we're a taxpayer-funded organization in kind of a very weird way, but we are. And so it's really important that we can explain to you and to all of the American people, why are we doing this work? And the way we think about it is, does it advance the functions of the Federal Reserve System, monetary policy, community development? Are we going to do a great job of doing it? Are there alternative folks out there who could do a better job than what we're doing? Does it advance the mission that we have here at this bank, which is having an inclusive economy? And when we ask those questions about the data work that the CICD is doing, I mean, it's not just affirmative, it's how far can we say yes for all of those dimensions? And then I just want to add one other criteria we think about. Can we engage with everybody in an inclusive way, in a way that we're not just doing work at people, we're not just doing work for people, but we're doing work with people? That's a real bonus. That makes, we're the central bank of the United States and we work for all of you. And we need to be focusing on priorities where we can partner with you and figure out how to do that. And I think the work of the CICD, thanks to all of you, is really an example for the rest of the Federal Reserve System about how we ought to be operating and how we ought to be moving things forward. So again, thank you. Thank you for your contributions to this work. Thank you for being here. And I'm excited that we get to do work here that really advances all of the things we should be doing in the Federal Reserve System.
Thank you, Ron, and good morning, everybody. It's nice to see some return guests come back after yesterday's 10th anniversary event, and some new faces in the room. And I know we've got several hundred folks that are watching the Data Summit over the live stream. So I just wanted to welcome everybody to today's event. And if you weren't able to be here or be able to watch the live stream of our event yesterday, just a note that that has been uploaded to our webpage, so you can have the opportunity to kind of reflect on your own time on the really important discussions that we had yesterday that really set the stage and set the tone for today's Data Summit. As we did yesterday, and as a tradition in Indian country, when we come together, we want to get started in a good way and really ground ourselves and get in the right mindset. And I have the honor to be able to introduce a couple individuals who will get us started off with a prayer and with a song. So I'm honored to have Sharon Day here today to lead us in a blessing. Sharon is a member of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe, is known for her water walks, raising awareness of water issues, in addition to many, many other accolades that she's known for. She is also the executive director of the Indigenous Peoples Task Force. Joining Sharon to sing a song is Little Crow Belcourt, who is a member of the Bad River Chippewa tribe on the south shores of Lake Superior. Little Crow has been singing his whole life, and he works to make a difference for the Native community here in South Minneapolis as executive director of the Indigenous Protector Movement. Sharon and Little Crow, thank you for helping us kick off our 5th annual Data Summit in a good way. Sharon.
Buju Ninindaway Maganidug, Nagamo my Ingen Indigenous cause, Wabashashi Dodem, Ojibwe Kwayan down, Dishnisho Medeo, Mede Wanakwayan down. I just want to say a few words, and you know, when I was looking at your braiding the past and the future, 10th anniversary, I thought, well, how exactly are they doing that? I know years ago, I asked the chief of our lodge, Bud Waywoodin, I want to plant a garden. How should I do that? And he said to me, the first seeds you plant are for the children, the orphans. The second seeds you plant are for the elders. And then you plant seeds for your family. And I think, you know, those are our values, right? We take care of the children, we take care of the elders, we take care of the community. And so, you know, I know this is a conference where they're sharing a lot of information with you. And information is important. And so I think it's really important, that braiding image, right? The past and the future, but also braiding like our values into the work that we do. You know, first we take care of the children, then we take care of the elders, then we take care of our family. When I introduced myself, I said I'm Wabashashi clan. And so our job is to take care of everybody. And when I was a little kid, my dad would say, you know, your job, Wabashashi, take care of the family, the clan, the band, the tribe, and ultimately all of humanity. And so, so that's been my life's work, right, is to do exactly that. So just going to offer some my words in Ojibwe today, but I also want to say that it's so nice being here with Crow, because I did this many times with his father over the years, Clyde Belcourt. So, the words I'm going to say are recognizing the 4 directions, the earth, the sky, and all of our lives, and then saying thank you profoundly to our grandmothers and our grandfathers who, all the way back to the beginning of time. And then finally, to that most kind creator, Gije Manadu. And, you know, we often hear about Gitchi Manadu, you know, that great spirit. But Gije Manadu is that most kind spirit. And Wabanung, Jawanung, Ngavian, Kiwedanung. Miigwechwendan, Nimama Aki, Miigwechwendan, Ishpaming, Miigwechwendan, Bimadaziwen, Miigwechwendan, Mishomasanan, Miigwechwendan, Nokomasanan, Miigwechwendan, Gije Manadu. Ajuwena Mishanan, Gije Manadu, Ajuwena Mishanan, Gije Manadu, Ajuwena Mishanan, Gije Manadu, Ajuwena Mishanan, Gije Manadu, Nikani, Kani, Kanigana, Miigwech.
Well, thank you, Sharon and Little Crow, for setting the stage for some really important discussions that we're going to have today about data in Indian country partnerships and collaborations. And as I reflect on this year's event theme, braiding the past with the present and the future of Native economies, I just wanted to underscore what Sharon shared. It's about braiding the values that guide our past economic development and our future economic development. In Indian country, conversations about data never stray far from our histories and our own cultural identities. And this year's theme challenges us to think about what it means to carry the past into the future as we advance the collection, the use, the utility, and the collaboration around data. We might think throughout the day what this means to each of us in our roles as tribal citizens, as advocates, as tribes and tribal leaders, as institutions, as research institutes, and more broadly, as larger communities working together. When I think about my own personal and cultural history with data, I think about my Salish ancestors who relied on an incredible amount of data or information to live our ways. And one thing when I reflect on sort of our past is the importance of our buffalo hunts. Leaving the few valleys that we lived in and going into eastern Montana for these hunts, which were particularly vital to our communities. And so before the days of modern transportation and technologies, we really relied on a ton of data to really evaluate the demand for the buffalo hunt, the demand for the meat, for the hide, and all the things that the buffalo gave us. We use data to evaluate the buffalo migration patterns, to think about the climate indicators to know when was the right time to go over the mountains. The skills and the needs that we needed for our hunting party to make sure it was a successful hunt, because these hunts were so incredibly vital for our community. I also think about the stories that were passed on by my relatives about how in the early 1900s, data that was not our data was used in ways that eventually had us lose large swaths of our reservation land. At one point, we were down to 22% ownership of our land on the Flathead Reservation. But I also think about all the data that our tribe leveraged and collected to buy back that land. I think today we're about 72% ownership of the Flathead Indian Reservation. In the more recent history, I think about our tribe's decision in the early 1980s to purchase the hydroelectric dam on our river. And it took us 35 years using data, conversations, guiding decisions within our tribal council, looking at financial analysis multiple times a year to scratch out any kind of remaining resources we could put into saving to purchase our dam. And after 35 years, we purchased our dam, and it's a major source of revenue for our people, and it's a point of pride. And that all came down to thinking about how we collected, how we used data to inform our decisions. What I take from these stories is that data can be a really powerful tool for positive change, empowering a community to serve its people well and to steward our resources really truly anchored to our community values. These stories also connect me to the importance of caution around how we use this data. And they remind me of my own and our CICD's philosophy around data, that the community that owns the data is in the driver's seat. And we had a lot of conversations yesterday about the importance of doing this work really anchored to tribal data sovereignty. So our conversations today will give us many examples of how economic data is being used in new and unique ways across Indian country. We'll hear examples from tribes, from Native organizations, and many cases of research collaborations that are coming together inside and outside of Indian country to address the data gaps that, again, as I mentioned yesterday, that we cannot address just on our own. Throughout these discussions, I encourage us all to keep the event theme top of mind. Consider what data traditions and values you want to carry into the future, and where you see opportunities to truly lean into those pactices. At the Minneapolis Fed, we have the distinct privilege and honor to host 44 tribal flags from tribes that are in our region. And there are several things that were shared from multiple people yesterday about those flags. It's an incredible amount of trust and relationships that led to the tribes allowing us to have those here in our halls. And flags hold incredible symbolism for all of us. If you take some time in the lobby and you look at the flags, you will see the embodiment of individual tribes' history, those values, their connection to land and geography and their stories, and of course their history and their leaders. I just wanted to again thank each of the tribes who shared and honored us with their flags for allowing us to have them here in our building. I also wanted to take a quick moment for you all to take a look to study our anniversary artwork. Alene shared a few comments yesterday. For those of you who weren't in the room, this is an incredible piece by Rachel Two-Teeth Picardo from Montana. She just did an incredible job of capturing the essence of our gathering's theme. It shows the interconnectedness of our traditional economies and our modern tribal economies that are really centered around this relationship between grandmother and granddaughter. And she designed the piece in the form of digital ledger art on an actual balance sheet from November 2nd, 1921, from our Helena branch, our only branch in the Minneapolis Fed. It holds a number of different elements of culturally significant imagery and can be a really good launching pad for considering what you hope to carry from the past to the future of our work together, working with data in Indian country. So at this time, we're going to transition to our first of our panels, our featured fireside chat. And I just wanted to remind folks in the room, you should have some folders, and there's some index cards. So if you have any questions for our first panel or throughout the day, make sure you write those down, and we'll collect them, and we'll do our very best to get to those. And for folks that are watching online, I think we had nearly 2,000 folks that watched online yesterday. Highly recommend that you send us an email at cicd@mpls.frb.org if you have any questions, and we'll do our best to work those into today's discussions. Now I'd like to invite Rob Maxim to the stage to join me for this year's Fireside Chat, focused on considerations and consequences in our work to close our data gaps in Indian country.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Katapatosh.
Thanks, Rob, for joining us. Can you hear me? Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Perfect. All right, well, thank you, Rob, for joining us today for our traditional kickoff of our data summit, our Fireside Chat. Rob is an enrolled citizen of the Mashpee Wampanoag. He's a fellow at the Brookings Institute at Brookings Metro, where he's done a lot of important work on the representation of Native Americans, particularly in federal data sets. He's a past collaborator with the Center for Indian Country Development, including doing work with our senior economist here at CICD, with Matt Gregg, on Native Americans' access to the remote work economy. He's also the co-author of a new report on tribal data called Good Data, Stronger Tribes. So I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspectives on that this morning. So thank you, Rob, for joining us. Reflecting on some of the conversations yesterday, we worked to dispel some of the myths, right, and the misconceptions about our relatives and about our economies. And I think one of the reasons we have those challenges that we're constantly educating, in part, is because of limited data on our people and our communities and our economies. And Rob, I just wanted to start off as a researcher, as a Native American. What does Astris Nation mean to you, and what are its consequences for our relatives all across Indian country?
Yeah, Katapatosh, Casey, thank you. And good morning, everyone. When I think about this idea of Astris Nation, one of the anecdotes that comes to mind, when I first started at Brookings, you fill out all your onboarding forms, you're doing, your W-2, and then they ask your demographic info. And I remember kind of throughout my life, I had never really thought about that process. And my dad is Wampanoag, my mom is white, and so I checked the box for American Indian, and then I checked it for white, and I kind of moved on. But a year after I started at Brookings, they put out an annual demographic report of the staff, and our research director reached out and said, "Hey, Rob, I noticed that we don't have any Native Americans listed on staff at Brookings. I know you're here. You might want to reach out, that maybe there was an error or something in the way they calculated it." So I reached out to the team that did it, and I said, "Hey, want to let you know I'm here, just in case you didn't know. I didn't see it reflect in the report." And they said, "Oh, hey, Rob, thanks for reaching out. Oh, no, we have you. You checked American Indian and white. You're in that 2 or more races category. You're in it. Don't worry." Mm-hmm. So that was the moment where it hit me that, oh, right, when we are a small portion of the population, when folks don't understand, the kind of unique demographics of our communities, we're not gonna show up at all in the data in some cases, or we're gonna be misrepresented in other ways. Really quickly, just to zoom out, I'm 36. I checked it right before I came. The Federal Register posting for recognizing my tribe happened 3 days before my 18th birthday. So I've lived almost exactly half my life in an unrecognized tribe, and almost half in a federally recognized tribe. Nothing about me or my ancestors changed 3 days before I turned 18, but the federal government changed its mind about us, right? And there have been so many governance priorities that we've been able to achieve since we got recognition. And so, I do think this idea of who's counted as Native and how we count Native people, it doesn't just matter for folks like me doing research, it matters for governance too.
Right. It certainly creates, from a research perspective, it certainly creates a very unique set of challenges as we're trying to, particularly as Native people, trying to figure out how do we do research using data that's American Indian, Alaska Native alone, or in combination. There's a delta of 3.5 million to about 9 million that really makes it challenging to help lift up some of the stories and the conditions and the opportunities that we face as Native people. But more work in this space and more research really does allow us to be at the table, right, as Native people, as tribes. And I think I was particularly excited to see your recent work that you did with a few co-authors on this project, Good Data, Stronger Tribes. And I was hoping you could talk a little bit about that project, sort of describe what it is, and maybe talk about what your motivation was for the project.
Yeah, so the report itself, I know we're in the 7th district, I believe, right? The 9th district, I'm sorry, okay. Got to do my homework. But our report, it focused on a region of Southern California served by an organization called the Southern California Association of Governments. And so what we did is we worked with a subset of tribes there to identify in their words what the challenges they face with data were, and then make recommendations and ideas for improving not only the quality of Native data, but the relationship between tribes and all levels of government, not just the federal government, but regional and local governments as well. We had a partner in that project, the Southern California Association of Governments, and they were really interested in this project because they wanted to understand how to get that relationship between regional governments and tribes right. There's a lot of research that's been done, for obvious reasons, on the federal-tribal relationship, less on regional and local governments. But those levels of government contain so much data about tribes and Native people. When you think about land use, planning data, water and environmental resources, local education, there's so many areas that aren't controlled by the federal government, but that tribes don't control or have access to either. So we had a partner that was really inspired to learn about that more and get it right, and that was a big motivation for doing this work.
Earlier, Ron said, his opening remarks, he was talking about doing this work, doing research, doing data, not for Indian country or on Indian country, but with Indian country. And can you talk about how, sort of in this project, how you were engaging with tribal leaders, and maybe how their perspectives maybe influenced or shaped the framing or some of the outcomes that came to fold?
We spoke with over 60 folks as part of this project. That consisted of tribal leaders, tribal chairs, tribal council members, tribal staff, thinking about GIS and planning directors, grants managers, health and economic development directors. And then we spoke with a lot of non-tribal officials as well, state, federal, local officials, and leaders of Native serving organizations as well. So really across not just this region we worked in, but across the US. And their feedback really, I think, influenced our report in two ways. The first is we got so much good feedback on the use of data in tribal leaders' own words that we created a section of the report that is insights from tribal leaders. And we have challenges that we set up, and then we have the thoughts and perspectives that tribal leaders provided us on those challenges. So that was a key element that came out of those conversations. The second portion was our policy and our ideas for action were really driven by the conversations that we had with tribal leaders. It was ideas or initiatives that they already had going that they'd like to see scaled up. It was initiatives that they wanted to start, but they didn't have the resources or the support to do so. And then there were ideas that we developed ourselves that were a result of some of the challenges identified in these conversations. So the input and the insights that we got from talking with about 6 folks across the region really informed all facets of the work we did.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can dive a little bit deeper into the report.
Yeah.
I think yesterday we heard a number of challenges that we face with regard to data, and I know a part of the report, you and your team identified 5 different data challenges for that particular part of the United States. Can you talk a little bit about these 5 challenges and maybe if there's one challenge that you think maybe poses the biggest constraint to economic progress in Indian country?
Yeah, and like I said, these challenges, our focus is on Southern California, and so some of the examples I'll give are from there. But I do think a lot of them are probably national and maybe global in scope. So the first is just, we've talked about this a lot already, the sample size challenge that comes with data related to Native people. This is like the kind of fundamental challenge that leads to the Asterisk Nation. Just to give some examples of the tribes that we work with, there are 16 federally recognized tribes in the region we were researching. Of those 16 tribes, if you just look at population data, the most basic indicator about a nation, right? 3 of the 16 tribes had margins of error on their population data that was larger than the population as a whole. So if you believe the numbers, there is a number, but it might be twice as big, or maybe it's negative, who's to say, right? And then another 2 tribes didn't have any population data available at all, and this is in Census Bureau data, right? So you're in a situation where almost a third of the tribes in the region didn't have just the most basic population data to rely on. And so I think that gives you a sense of the kind of sample size challenges we're talking about here. The second is that tribal geographies and the rural nature of many tribes make data collection and aggregation more difficult. And so again, this is something I think you see a lot in your region as well. Native people are almost always undercounted in surveys. Rural people are almost always undercounted in surveys. Rural Native people are maybe the most undercounted people in the US. On top of that, many tribes, their geographies don't align with counties. They might have checkerboarded reservations due to allotment, or in Southern California, when they were building the Southern Pacific Railroad to Los Angeles, they checkerboarded all the reservations and gave half the land away for the railroads, and the tribes got to keep half. So if you're using data that's built on the census block or the census tract or the zip code or the county or any of the other kind of standard geographies that we use, you often can't crosswalk that to tribal land, and it becomes really hard to get insights about a lot of Native communities. The third challenge that we identify is that many data sets treat Native people as just a race. And again, I think this crowd knows this, probably a lot of the folks dialed in, but unique among groups in the US, Native Americans have both a racial identity but also political relationship with the US. And the funding we receive is based on that government-to-government relationship. But for a lot of data sets, for example, if they're based on just collecting race data, so many of them don't even collect tribal affiliation. And this isn't like obscure data sets, like the Department of Education doesn't collect tribal affiliation. So who's that data for, right? Like, it's not like tribes can use it to learn insights about how their, folks identifying as their tribe are moving through higher ed, because that data is not even collected. The other element of this is that because of the complexity of racial identity in Indian country, about 3/4 of census-defined Native people also identify as another race or Hispanic. So when you see the kind of standard, Black, white, Asian, Latino, American Indian, Native Hawaiian, 2 or more races, that American Indian category is maybe only 1/4 of the total Native population on the national level. And so that creates challenges not just for data collection, but for governance. I was talking about this with some folks before the panel, but the definition that the statistical arms of the US government uses for Indian country differ from some of the service providing arms, where you have a statistical definition that is inclusive, the OMB definition of American Indian is inclusive of people from North, Central, and South America, whereas the service providing arms typically work with federally recognized tribes and descendants. And that, in some cases, it provides more funding to Indian country because the numbers are bigger, but in other cases, it shortchanges Indian country. In either way, it's a mess when it comes to tribal governance in many cases. The fourth challenge we identify is that many data sets, especially those collected by government and non-native entities, collect data based on their own priorities. So federal data sets, they collect data based on federal law and regulation. States, it's the same thing, right? And what that means is, in many cases, the data collected in those surveys don't align with what tribal priorities might be. One of the examples we heard a lot is that tribes desperately want more information about language proficiency, for example, in their communities. And many federal and state data sets just don't prioritize that. I mean, you all have done some great work with, tribally owned businesses, right? That's another example of a piece of data that doesn't fit neatly into many of the existing data sets on businesses in the US. And the last challenge we identified is really the other side of the coin there. Because so much of this data is collected and controlled by non-native entities, it makes it extremely difficult in some cases for tribes to access data about their own lands and citizens. One of the examples we heard in our conversations was really at the peak of the pandemic. Many tribal epidemiology centers had a lot of trouble accessing state and federal data about COVID cases for Native people. And these are governing entities, and they really struggle to access data about their own populations.
So when you think about, obviously it's very complex. I mean, each one of those challenges require a whole subset of solutions to be able to address, and sort of tricks that I'm learning from my colleagues at the center of, like, how do we think about data across this political standing, across geography, across ownership in a way that allows true stories to be told. So I'm just curious, as kind of you're reflecting on it, is there a particular challenge of the 5 that you mentioned that maybe is the most dangerous, or maybe the one that causes the biggest constraint for not only research, but for empowering our communities?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think obviously the sample size one is a big issue. I think if we lived in a world where, every tribe in America had robust, statistically significant one-year estimates for their populations, lands, and communities, it would be a much different conversation. That being said, I do think we can't discount this aspect of many data sets treating Native people as just a race, especially right now. I think there are a lot of tribal entities right now that are trying to teach more people in the US about trusted treaty obligations and the government-to-government relationship. And I'm not going to sit here and say, like, changing government surveys is one weird trick to teach every American about trusted treaty obligations, right? But I do think there are so many people that are just exposed, especially non-Native people, that are just exposed to Native people in this racial context. And I do think that if we're going to take a comprehensive look at changing the understanding of Indian country, we do need to do so on the data side as well.
That reminds me of Dawson's quote yesterday, right?
Exactly.
To be Native is to be an educator, and it's constantly educating, our friends, our new friends, leaders about the sort of the basics and the uniqueness of Indian country as the on-ramp to really roll up your sleeves and address some of these data constraints. So we talked a little bit about the challenges, and I know, going through all of your research, you really do a nice pivot to talking about what are some of the solutions. How do we go about, one, increasing data quality in Indian country, but how do we go about addressing data access both in and outside of Indian country? So how do we do this? What are some of the strategies that you've used or others have used that maybe could be scaled up?
Yeah, well, we have a robust 4-part agenda, and I'd encourage you all to read the report and take a look at the whole thing. In terms of today, I'll name 3 ideas really quickly, 2 in the US and 1 from international. So in the US, 2 federal examples. So there's been an ongoing initiative in the Census Bureau called the Statistical Products First Initiative. And what they're trying to do as part of that is crosswalk some existing federal government data sets to tribal land more robustly. And so this is still in process, right? But I do think that it's great to know that the federal government at least registers this as a challenge and and some statistical agencies are thinking through, are there ways that we can make data more robust about tribes and tribal land? The second, and we highlight this in the report, is I've really been drawn to this memorandum of understanding that was signed between the Osage Nation and the Census Bureau. The Osage Nation runs a tribal census every 5 years, and they signed an MOU with the Census Bureau to provide aggregated data to the government to validate federal government data collection about Osage Nation and about Eastern Oklahoma Indian country more broadly. I think that's the exact type of federal tribal cooperation done in good faith that we should be seeing more of, and that the federal government should be funding. At the same time, I understand right now we're in a moment where maybe some data is being politicized, and maybe tribes don't want to necessarily hand over more data to the federal government. So again, I think that is an example not only of good policy, but the type of productive collaboration that we need to see from the federal government side. And then on the international level, in New Zealand, there is a provision of basically in New Zealand, Indigenous Maori data sovereignty has been ruled to be a treaty right. And so as a result of that, Stats New Zealand, the statistical arm of the New Zealand government, has been working with an organization called the Iwi Data Working Group, the Tribal Data Working Group there. And they've built a joint platform called Te Wata. And it's a really powerful tool in 3 ways that I don't think we have in the US. So it is a statistical platform. It provides data about Maori Iwi, Maori tribes. But it has 3 unique features that I'd like to see brought to the US. The first is there are a variety of indicators that are tribal priorities that are measured and tracked. So I mentioned language, for example, earlier. There's language proficiency tracked as one of the metrics. The second factor is that every tribe, every iwi, gets to appoint an iwi data manager, and they decide what data gets made public and what is required to remain confidential. So there's this level of tribal sovereignty over the entire operation, and tribes get the final say on what data looks like. And then the third is there is the public side of things, but then there's also a tribal-only portion of the platform where tribes can access more detailed and nuanced data about their lands and citizens to enable their own governance. So it's not just we put everything out in public and tribes can use it if they want. This is very deliberately built with tribal governance in mind. This is the type of product I'd love to see piloted in the US, either on the federal or maybe even a state level.
Wow, that is incredible. Data collection as a treaty right. Thinking about some of the discussions we've had over the years at our data summit around, and you kind of cover it a little bit in your report about tribes' data capacity, which is obviously varied across the 574 tribes. And we've kind of helped to lift up this movement among tribal governments on developing their own tribal census, right? We talk about the best data in Indian country is from Indian country. I mean, I'm just curious in your work, what are some of the things that tribal leaders and tribal organizations can keep doing and maybe advance more to address some of these longstanding data gaps that exist in Indian country?
Yeah, I think the key point here is, I like how you put it, keep doing, because tribes are already doing this work, right? And we talked about the Osage Nation a little bit. You mentioned yesterday the Red Cliff Band, which, because of the technological innovations they have a higher response rate in their tribal census than the US Census has, right? We saw in the region the non-federally recognized Fernandino-Tataviam Band doing a tribal census and then using that data to build a tribal climate resilience strategy. And so we saw all sorts of different forms of this data in this tribally generated data being used. I think in terms of what tribal leaders can do now, I really see 2 things that I've been emphasizing. The first is just ensuring that data remains a part of the conversation. We're in a moment where the federal government, in many ways, is disengaging from Indian country. We're seeing folks losing health care. We're seeing folks potentially lose access to nutrition assistance, grants are being canceled. It can be really easy to push data down the agenda of things that are the most important for tribal leaders to think about right now. And that makes sense. I mean, you can't eat data, right? Like you can't, data won't pay for your healthcare. But I do think in both the short and long run, good data is so critical to tribal sovereignty, right? And so I really do hope that it can remain a key part of the agenda for tribal leaders. And then the second point, and this kind of gets back to what you were just saying, I think that there's opportunity to continue scaling up the peer-to-peer learning that's happening in Indian country. In the region we worked in, we saw both kind of formalized and informal collaborations between the tribes in the region, especially those in the Coachella Valley who were doing all sorts of data sharing and peer-to-peer learning. And I think there can be real opportunities not just for tribes to do this organically, but for organizations working in Indian country to host and facilitate that type of peer-to-peer work. So definitely seeing more of both of those would be great.
Wonderful. I'm going to kind of switch gears a little bit to close out our discussion. There's, I think, single-digit economists that are Native American across the country. We think a lot here at the center about how to grow the field, right? Data scientists, economists, researchers, whatever role that is working with data to help try to tell accurate stories about our people. How do we do that?
Yeah.
How do we do that?
Yeah, it's funny as I think about this because I think there are a lot of people in the economics field that would not consider me an economist, right? Because I don't have a PhD or a PhD in economics. And I think that kind of brings me to the first thing is we really need to have more alternative pathways for Native people to be able to develop these skills and do it on the job, and to have their employers be patient and supportive of their interest and ability to develop economic and data skills. Almost everything I do, I've learned on the job, and that's both the data work that I do, but also my understanding of like tenets of tribal law and policy. Right, I'm totally self-taught on this stuff, and I'm lucky to have had a job and a career that's been supportive of that, and creating more of those opportunities at organizations like where you and I work and others, tribal governments, nonprofits, for-profit companies. I think that's hugely important. So that's one. At the same time, I don't want to let universities off the hook. For those of I did my undergraduate work in economics, and when you're sitting in an econ class and you're learning about property rights in the perspective of like Locke and Smith and Coates, these kind of Western European, British worldviews on economics may or may not resonate with you if you grew up in a rural tribal community where all of the title to your land is held by the federal government. Like property rights don't resonate in the same way there, right? Mm-hmm. So for me, I would love to see more teaching about alternate and especially Indigenous perspectives on economics and higher education. And don't just have these as like higher level electives, they should be core classes that every student has to take. And then finally, I'd say, I've been lucky in that I've had many great non-native collaborators and co-authors. You mentioned the work I did with Matt Gregg. My colleague Glencora Haskins is here. She's been a co-author of mine on a lot of my work. My two co-authors on the Good Data Stronger Tribes project were both non-native. And every time I've worked with them, they have gone out of their way to teach me something new about data and walk me through what they did. And their goal, and I've been very lucky here, has been to let me walk away with a new skill that if we never collaborated again, I could still do that. So I think for allies, when they think about working with tribal folks and with Indian country, one of the goals can always be making sure that your tribal partners are walking away from this with a new skill that if they never saw you again, they'd be able to do this and enhance their own capacity and sovereignty and ability to do this type of data work in the future. And so that's something I've really taken out of my experience and something I think we can really build on for a lot of different communities.
Maybe one last follow-up. What as we're all working to improve data in Indian country, do you think with better data we'll be able to attract more talent into our industry?
I think so, and I think the reason that is because the questions, research, and policy work that we'll be able to do will continue to grow more sophisticated. there's so much low-hanging fruit research that we're doing in Indian country right now, and it's so constrained by the data. And as we develop new data products and have, I hope in the future, higher quality government data, there's going to be so many new opportunities to answer research questions and design products by and for Indian country that we can't currently do. And I think that that's going to be a great way to attract new people to the field.
Wonderful. Rob, what a great conversation. Particularly going to be reflecting on so what you shared of what's happening in New Zealand and some of the things that, the voices that are coming through around data there that we might be able to bring to, of course, our country's a little bit different, but to bring to our country, and maybe we can pull some of those positives out of the momentum that they have built into our field. So thank you, Rob. Please join me in thanking Rob Maxim for a wonderful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And now at this time, I'd like to transition to our next part of the agenda. I'd like to welcome Amy Besau-Medford, who is a research affiliate with the Harvard University's Project on Indigenous Governance and Development, and our own CICD research fellow, Amalia Jabara, for our next segment focused on new tools and resources for visualizing economic trends. Amy.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Is it on? Maybe? Again, my name is Amy Besau-Medford. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for the invitation to present. This is a little bit different from what we've heard from yesterday and from this morning, in that it's going to get a little pointy-headed and hopefully not too nerdy, and hopefully I'll keep you guys all awake before Amalia gets up here. I don't want to take too much. So really quick, the Harvard Project, you all may know by its former name, the Harvard Project on American Indian Economic Development, has been renamed, finally, because, when we started this research, when Joe Cult and Steve Cornell and Manly Begay started this research in the late 80s and early 90s, it was about how our tribal economy is growing, who's doing what are some indicators of success. At the end of the day, it becomes a conversation about governance. So our name is now more aptly reflecting our research. It's about Indigenous governance and development. So the report that I've recently released with some colleagues is the third edition of a data book. This is the first one from 20 years ago. I don't know if you all have seen this thing. A little bit of a beast, but it came out as the Harvard Project was doing some gaming study as well, some gaming research as well. Just trying to see, what could we glean from census information about what was going on Indian reservations in 1990, and then looking at it comparing to 2000, and was there a difference between gaming tribes? At this time, about half the tribes are engaged in gaming. Self-governance is already underway. And the conclusions were, yes, gaming did see a higher increase, right? There was a significant impact there. But non-gaming tribes were also growing, right? So the question is not about gaming. Everybody's been talking about, this is a question about, being educators. We talked about Dawson's comments from this morning. This is it, right? Everyone wants to come to you and say, oh, you do research on Indian country, you must know a lot about casinos. Yeah, and it's really a story about governance and the institution building that tribal governments are doing. So then 10 years after that, there's a release of the second edition. And in this one, Randy and Jonathan take the work that Jonathan and Joe Cult did in the previous study, and they bring in the American Community Survey, right? So the first one is just looking at decennial census information. And this one, now that the decennial census is no longer including some of these social indicators, brings in the American Community Survey 5-year averages, because when you use the 1-year one, you can't have a small population size without disclosing a lot of personal information. So they look at the 5-year averages. And here, the story's not about whether or not there's a difference between gaming tribes and non-gaming tribes, because most tribes are touched by gaming in some way. Whether it's the opening of casinos themselves or revenue sharing. Again, the question here is, how important is the self-governance role? And this is where Miriam Jorgensen's research and Joe Kalt's research all point to the important place that the institutions that tribes are building, the cultural relevance of these institutions, and the self-determination piece, the tribes actually setting the agenda. So here, Randy, who was one of the authors in the previous edition, myself and Elijah Moreno, who used to work at the CICD over the last couple of years. And we take in new data to bring in 2020. Again, looking at ACS 5-year averages, we've actually redone the 2010 information that was in the previous edition. We use the centering number. This is such a nitty-gritty, really nerdy thing to do. But because it's a 5-year average, we pick the year that we want to plot the data on. That's the centering year of that 5-year average. So for the 2020 data, we use the AC average for 2022. Right, that's super nerdy, super detail-oriented, but really important to know about the data if you're looking at the two editions comparing each other. Here, what you see is the influence of compacting, 638 contracting. You see a full maturity, not full maturity, but an increased maturity level of tribal governments in their sort of expansion of self-determination and self-governance, right? Self-determination starts sort of in a small way in the 70s, and then it grows and increases, and self-governance increases over the years. So then when you get closer to 2022, you get to see a fuller picture of what tribal governments are capable of. So what are the results? I don't know if you can see the dots in here. The light blue dots are 1990, and the blue dots are 2020. And you sort of get to see the directionality of the dots going towards parity, which is the green line, parity with the United States. It probably would have been helpful in this graph, and maybe for the next edition they'll add arrows as to which way the directionality should be going. But some of these are, indicators where you want, like per capita income, which is the top one, you want those to be going to the right. You see the gap that exists with parity, but you also see the progression in the right direction. When you go into the actual graphs themselves, you'll see the actual plot numbers and the data points. There's also the data set itself, which allows you to see the aggregate information, but also the tribal reservation-specific information as well. Data limitations, I don't know if I could have done a better job than Rob. He hit it all. But one of the biggest things here is that a significant portion of American Indian population lives off reservation. Harvard Project's research is based on Indian reservations. We do a lot of information or a lot of research on reservation data. So this data book is to help our research. A few years ago, Joe Kalt, Jonathan Taylor, and I released a study about the nations up in Maine and looking at the Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act. An unfortunate sort of condition area where self-determination has not been available to the tribes up in Maine. And so you get this area where you can examine its progression over the decades, and you get to look at the tribes in Maine and how they've progressed or not progressed from 1990 to 2020. And unfortunately, that's the sort of data that comes out of that research report. But how can tribes use this data today? One of the things that we talked about yesterday was the appearance of economic impact studies for tribal governments. What are the data points that could be used to help tribes improve the economic impact studies for themselves? This takes a little snapshot from a publicly released economic impact report that Jonathan Taylor did for the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska. Here you see on the left the 1990 census, so it plots at 1989 because that's when the data is asked. What was your income from the previous year? And on the left-hand side, you see the income brackets for 1990. On the right, you see the ACS 5-year average for 2022, which plots at 2020. And if you overlay them together, what you see is what a lot of economists are talking about in the United States is this shrinking middle class, right? The have and have-nots are the area of activity. You see more poor people, you see more rich people, and you see less in the middle, right? What does it look like for a tribe? The Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska has been trying for decades to increase its middle class. They're trying to build build the jobs available for its people, build housing, build infrastructure. And over the last 30 years, you can see their work. You can see the impact of their industries. You can see the impact of building housing, investing in education, investing in culture. You see the growth that happens in the middle here. They're building that middle class, right? Whereas in the previous graph, that's where the deficit is happening. Here, 60% of the activity is actually happening in that middle class area. And significantly, the poorest income bracket shows an actual decrease. What does it look like? In my previous role at the Harvard Project, I got the honor of being the director of the Honoring Nations Awards program. That's been the love of my life, sharing all of the success stories in Indian country. There's a couple examples of some Honoring Nations honorees in the room. But for Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska, we've got some cool ones, right? Ho-Chunk Inc. is sort of everybody likes to talk about Indian countries. Ho-Chunk Inc., as far as economic development diversification example of success. They won an award from Honoring Nations. The previous year, they also won an award from the U.S. Innovations, which is also out of the Kennedy School of Government. They've got Whirling Thunder Wellness Center. The Winnebago Community Development is no longer called that. That's what the award, if you look up the award, that's what it'll be under. It's now Ho-Chunk Community Development Institution. And Ho-Chunk Village. All of these are sort of these strong investments in growing its economy, growing what's happening on the actual reservation itself. And that's it. That's all I'll leave you with. If you have any questions, here's my email address. It's a beast of an email address. When I got married, Harvard insisted that I remove my last name, my maiden name, and I hated the idea of that. So I said no, but they said I had to just add the other as an extra add-on. So if you'd like to get a hold of me, if you want to talk about either data collection, how to write stata code to pull information from census, or even how to navigate the data set that the Harvard Project released, I'm available, happy to answer anything. Yeah, so Amalia. Yeah.
Hello all, thank you so much for sharing the updated data book, Amy. We're so grateful to you and everyone at the Harvard Project for Indigenous governance and development for all of your work. So just again, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Amalia Jubara. I am one of the research assistants at CICD, and today I'll be sharing a new data product we've developed to add to the information ecosystem on Native economic data, bringing in interactive visualizations alongside in-depth analysis. Now, before we get into that nitty-gritty data details, I'm going to share the ways in which data work is embedded in all levels of CICD's operations. You're probably hearing about that a lot the past 2 days. Through our mission and vision, CICD focuses on strengthening tribal economies by bolstering tribal government's capacity to provide the public goods necessary for economic growth. And CICD's core strategies over the past 10 years has converged on a number of elements, including we engage with Native nations and Indigenous communities, businesses, and organizations to understand their economic conditions and opportunities. We analyze Indian country economic data and research to support evidence-based policy solutions for practitioners and decision makers. And we share that research to inform economic policy decisions to promote long-term prosperity for Indian country. Central to these strategies is actionable data and research, which of course is the focus of today's event. Now, about 3.5 years ago, CICD announced its expansion under a new data initiative. This marked a significant investment by the Federal Reserve System in expanding data and research to inform economic policy and economic development in Indian country. The aim of CICD's research and data products is simple. We make information available and easier to find and use for economic empowerment in Indian country. Went back one, there we go. In terms of how we do that work, one of the first outputs under the data initiative was CICD's principles for research and data use, which guide how we do what we do. And we invite folks to visit our website where the principles are prominently posted to take a closer look. We also have an internal data stewardship working group, which helps operationalize the principles in our work, coming together to continually refine a coherent, consistent, and community-informed approach to weighing benefits and potential risks with respect to data access. Now, importantly, enhancements to our data resources are shaped by input from community members and experts. This may look like focus groups during the development of a data product or conversations we had in our reception last night about what new data points to include. And so those conversations are critical, and none of our data resources would exist without them. Now, if you were here 2 years ago or virtually for our 2023 Data Summit, you may remember we launched our Native Community Data Profiles. It's a first-of-its-kind tool bringing together data from over a dozen public sources for an easy-to-use, place-based look at a broad range of topics. And it offers a snapshot of the data available on Indian country places, showing the most recently available data. Now, during the development of the data product, or the data profiles, and in the 2 years it's been live, we've heard from people that adding features that would allow users more flexibility and more customization in the data would help them tell the stories they want to tell about their communities. So we heard of ongoing data needs like, what if we were able to see our community's data over time? Or what if we were able to combine data from multiple areas at once? Or compare one community to other areas like this data overlaps with. And so in response to this feedback, we built upon the data profiles and created a sister product, which I am excited to share with you all today. That is the Native Economic Trends tool, CICD's newly developed data resource. It is now live on the website if you want to check it out while I'm talking. Following up on years of feedback, this tool allows users to interactively explore change in Native economies since 1990, really reflecting and adding to the amazing work of the data book. Those interested in understanding how socioeconomic conditions in Native areas have changed over time can see trends in one or multiple Native areas at once. You can compare these patterns to state and national contexts and can select multiple measures to visualize how different indicators interact with each other. So the Native Economic Trends tool offers 2 distinct modes for exploring the data: combine and compare, which I will show in just a minute. But coupled with Native community data profiles, the Native Economic Trends tool adds depth to the data available on Indian country, making both place-based and historical information on Native places more accessible and interactive. So this summer, in alignment with those principles for research and data use I mentioned, we had the privilege of hosting a focus group with community members and experts who shared their insights and feedback, greatly shaping the design of this resource. Like I mentioned, curating data resources to meet the needs of those living and working within Indian country is paramount to CICD's work. And our data tools are living resources in that they will continually be updated and shaped by community input. I had a conversation last night where I then afterwards went to my computer and added it in a running list of feedback that we're keeping. So we're excited to share the Native Economic Trends tool with you all today and look forward to continue shaping it in response to the needs of Indian country. Now, a bit more conceptual detail about what's included. The Native Economic Trends includes all Native geographies recorded by census going back to 1990. So this includes Native places that were once designated as a Native geography that may have later been combined into another, or geographies that are no longer recorded as a Native geography at all. We include then all 718 of those Native geographies, both currently and historically recorded by census, from federally recognized reservations to state recognized reservations to Hawaiian homelands. We also include states and commonwealths and the United States as a whole for comparisons between local areas and national trends. Now, the tool organizes data into 4 domains alongside an interactive chart, including demographic details, education, infrastructure, and economic measures. And where available, we include data broken down to highlight American Indian, Alaskan Native alone and in combination, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander alone and in combination statistics where available. Visitors to the tool can answer questions like, how has Standing Rock's population size changed over time? What is the median age compared to the rest of the US? Among all Native areas in Wisconsin, how many students are enrolled? How many Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander-headed housing units are owner-occupied? Okay, getting started back to that compare and combine mode. We're gonna start with compare mode. So here the first step is to choose a focus geography, and we're gonna start with the Alaskan Native village of Utqiagvik. Next, we can select a measure. Right now it's median age, and we're gonna look at the share of population that are youth, ages 5 to 17. There we go. Now, you may notice overlapping lines on the chart, and on other measures, there may be gaps between lines. For completeness, you can see that I can actually filter to the decennial census. Like was mentioned today, there are a lot of data limitations, and so for completeness, we include both surveys and allow users to filter that survey data if they wish. Here we have tooltips available that provide data notes on any data limitations or any changes in Census Bureau methodology that may influence comparability across time. And amongst these filters, you can actually also add comparison geographies. So right now I've removed Alaska, removed the United States, and then can just look at Utqiagvik alone or add those comparison geographies back together if I want to make those comparisons. Now let's look at combine mode. Instead of focusing on one place and comparing it alongside others, in combine mode you can add geographies together as if they are one unit. So for example, to start, we have all Native geographies in the whole United States as a whole, but I can also narrow it. Here I've selected the state of Montana, and I can actually see all of the Native geographies that overlap with the state of Montana, from the Blackfeet Indian Reservation to Turtle Mountain. Now, looking at the data for all of these Native areas, we can then select a measure, and here I am selecting the number of housing units combined. And so the most recently available data shows about 31,193 housing units, which rose by about 5,000 since 1990. Now, if we change the measure, we can also look at the median household income. And then we can also add a second measure to have it have a dual axis chart available, which can show both for the median household income among all people as the first measure, and the median household income among American Indians, Alaska Native alone as the second measure. And here we see that for both groups, it rose by about 15,000. Now, looking at the median home value and then the median gross rent, we can see that the most recent value for the median home value is about a bit over 200,000, and for median gross rent, it's about $700 for the most recently available data, and that median home value has more than doubled since 1990. Using Native economic trends, we now know what publicly available data reports on the state of housing among all Native geographies in Montana. And this is just one way you can use the tool to explore socioeconomic trends in Indian country. There we go. So touching back on what Amy and Rob mentioned today is limitations are census estimates are fundamentally place-based. So we're going to talk about limitations in the context of Native economic trends and some of our other data products with some specific examples to really ground what these limitations may mean for specific Native geographies. Now, like I said, census estimates are fundamentally place-based, not tribe-based. Tribal citizens who are connected to the tribal community and live near but not within their tribe's reservation and trust land boundaries are not included. Now, the Sault Ste. Marie Reservation is one example where this is especially clear. Sault Ste. Marie has trust land all across the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and referring to this chart from the Native Economic Trends tool, we can also see that that land equates to about 2 square miles in total. But if we refer to the associated Native entities website, the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe, their service area spans 7 counties, and they have tens and thousands of tribal members living around the world. By contrast, census's most recent estimates reflect only the approximate 2,200 people living on those 2 square miles. So tribal citizens living off that land, even those receiving tribal services, are not going to be represented in census geography-based statistics, though they remain part of the Sault Ste. Marie tribal community. Additionally, as Amy discussed in her presentation and what we've been talking about in the past 2 presentations, census data has limitations. They're, at the end of the day, estimates rather than directly measured quantities, and they can have significant limitations in small population areas. For example, the Big Cypress Reservation has a few hundred residents, and looking at the chart on the right, you can see that the population size over the years is all over the place. These big drops in population may be due to seasonal residencies, or they may be due to undercounts or differences between surveys. Ultimately, these extreme shifts could be from methodological change, not actual demographic change. So in order to be responsive to these limitations, we have some features that help with interpretation of the data. That includes data notes informing users of small sample sizes and changes in census methodology. And we also detail these changes further in the accompanying About the Data resource. And as you saw earlier, we give users the option to only display one data source at a time because the 2 surveys reflect different methodology. Now, for the tool, we have a couple do-it-yourself options. We all love a DIY. At the bottom right corner of the page, you'll find a download button, and clicking this button allows you to download ready-to-use visuals of the tool in multiple formats. And below the tool, you can also download a data file that contains all of the pre-assembled variables used to construct what you see in the tool with an accompanying data dictionary. We hope this data file will be useful for a wide range of users, from tribal leaders and researchers for many different applications, including comparisons to local municipalities, policy analysis, and grant writing. And like I know, for the data book, you can reach out to Amy if you have any questions. And for this tool as well, you can reach out to our team if you have any questions about usability or just questions about the data details. So touching on those limitations and just the data products overall and these sister products or sibling products, the Native Economic Trends tool and Native Community Data Profiles tools together can you can more easily access publicly available data to explore patterns in population, infrastructure, and economic measures for individual Native places and for Indian country as a whole. And we also want to ground the reality that Native areas reflect very distinct people, histories, and economies. There's no single story. So the resources and our tools that direct users to associated Native entity information, data sources, and information on local community-focused institutions will add depth to what you see in the data. So together, these tools and resources can inform design, evaluation, outreach, and partnership that align with community priorities. So CICD has a whole suite of data resources available for the public to use, and we encourage you all to check them out. And now I'm going to pass it to Andy Huff, our Senior Policy and Legal Advisor, who will be moderating the next panel, Tribal Public Finance, A Decade of Innovation. Thank you all so much. And again, please feel free to email if you have any questions. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Andy Huff. I'm Senior Policy and Legal Advisor to the CICD. It's my pleasure to moderate today's panel on Tribal Public Finance, a Decade of Innovation. Tribes, just like any other government, provide services to their members, and they invest in their communities to provide a foundation for economic development. They do this through collecting revenues, making expenditures, and incurring debt, just like any other government does. However, tribes encounter various barriers, legal, economic, and practical, in doing these things that other governments do not encounter. But in the last 10 years, tribes have innovated their way around many of these barriers. So here today to talk with us about how tribes are innovating in the area of tribal public finance, we have three great panelists. And I will introduce each panelist in turn. Our first panelist is Debbie Atuk Nupiak. She is chair of the Bering Straits Native Corporation. She has served as a portfolio advisor to Skyview Investment Advisors, president and CEO of the Kutznuwu Corporation, treasurer of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, and business director of the Colville Tribal Federal Corporation. As a shareholder and board treasurer of the Bering Straits Native Corporation, Atuk navigated distribution of $15 million in federal COVID-19 relief funds to shareholders impacted by COVID-19. Atuk, in her spare time, created Alaska Native Economic Development Conversations, a weekly interview series to encourage rural communities in the Norton Sound region to participate in the global economy. So please welcome Debbie Atuk. Our next panelist is Mary Mashankashe. She is Osage and Pawnee. She is the tax commissioner for the Muskogee Creek Nation. She has been in the tribal tax field for more than 25 years, working for the Osage Nation for 16 years, the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara Nation for 2 years, the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma for 5 years, and the Muskogee Nation for the past 5 years. She is the former president and founder of the Oklahoma Intertribal Tax Association and chair and co-founder of the National Intertribal Tax Alliance. So please welcome Mary. And finally, we have Joel Rosette. Joel is Chippewa Cree and serves as the CEO of the Rocky Boys Health Center in Box Elder, Montana. He leads a team of more than 200 employees that administers health and wellness services on the Rocky Boys Indian Reservation and to surrounding communities. Throughout his career, Joel has committed himself to the cause of serving tribal nations, including a focus on advancing the interests, welfare, and aspirations of tribes, tribal members. Joel has also served as a mentor and coach, guiding and empowering young tribal members, in particular a girls basketball team that's been very successful up there at Rocky Boys. So please welcome Joel Rosette. All right, I think we're just going to jump into our questions. The first question is, how have tribal public finances changed in the last 10 years? And I think, Debbie, we'll just start with you. How have tribal public finances changed in the last 10 years?
So, coming from Alaska, I definitely...
Is your mic on?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Test.
There you go.
So,
as Andy said, I come from Alaska, and we have 229 villages, and each of those villages have a tribal entity, and they're often referred to as a village IRA. So our projects are a little bit different. The innovation is slightly different than tribes outside of Alaska, and in terms of public financing, the innovation that I'm seeing in advance of this conference, I did a little survey online, and I also surveyed a bunch of colleagues that are working actively in Alaska. And the thing that I think is the most innovative to my mind lately is the use of some of the federal funding that's available for tribal health consortiums. Because our tribes are so small in terms of the average village size might be 200, 500, maybe 1,000. But there are several very large tribal native health consortiums now that have built up facilities, and I know that the Rocky Boy facility is a large facility as well. But this is something that has really changed in the last 20 years, but even in the last 10 years, they just continue to knock things out of the park, and I think that they're also influencing tribes outside of Alaska. The Alaska Native Tribal Health Corporation in Alaska is a $250 million complex, and they're serving thousands of people from around the state. There are others, regional hubs, where there are some health centers that have been built, but there are specialties in Anchorage. And one of the things that I think that's so important about the ability to use this source of funding, which is through the compact funding, the 638 funding, is that they're improving the quality of health for our tribal members. And if you can put a dollar amount on it, people are getting back to work, people are staying in the workforce, and they're contributing to the communities in that way. So to me, the ability to pool funds available to tribes has been really significant, because if each one of those tribes were left to their own devices to try to improve each individual village, it just would not have been as impressive, but working together. And I think it really goes along with this theme of braiding, working together. It's also, I think, a Indigenous value. So to me, it's innovative, but it's also very traditional.
And is it, just as a follow-up question, is it the ANCs or the native villages that are doing the consortiums?
No, it's definitely not the ANCs. The Alaska Native corporations are for-profit. Some of them have foundations, and through the foundations, they typically will support educational endeavors, some cultural. So all of the healthcare financing that I was talking about, those institutions, those facilities, those are funded through the tribes themselves.
Great. All right. So Mary, the same question for you. How have tribal public finances changed in the last 10 years?
Well, thank you. And just speaking, really, I'm gonna go in two different directions. I'm going to start with on the national level as NITA, as we're working through all of the changes and moving forward and trying to working on our compacts and communication and data, which is why we're here. You know, we've worked with a lot of different tribes trying to see how we can move forward and take that step forward. Because, you know, I look back when I started in this, and we're still fighting the same fights that we were fighting in 1997. You know, we're still talking about, you know, dual taxation and all these different areas. Still today, we're still fighting that same fight. And so as we're moving forward, I'm excited that we are talking about data, and we're talking about the data gathering, and that's going to help us move forward. And I know we're going to talk a little bit more about that later, so I don't want to jump in too far. But, you know, and then at the local level, you know, I sit on the cabinet at Muskogee Creek Nation, and, you know, we've been working through challenges. And if you're following Muskogee Creek and all our litigation and all our fights, one of the, I think, progressive things that they are doing that I hope that all nations do, and that is to stand strong, stand for your sovereignty, take hold and assert your authority over your reservation boundaries and what is yours. That's what we talk about. Every Monday morning, Chief Hill has a cabinet meeting, and we're there at 8 a.m. before we do anything else, and that's what we talk about. What are we going to do this week? What are you working on? How can we move this forward? What's the opportunities in each area? And then when you do that and you bring it to the table, that's the most important thing I want to, tribal leaders, do it. Assert your authority, because once we do that, we're moving forward. We're not going backwards. We're moving forward, and that's what we need to do. So just speaking from, at home and on a national level, it's really all the same. Large tribes, small tribes, we just really need to assert our authority, get the data, share the data. That's we'll talk about that too, I think, later in the challenges. But there's a lot that has to be done, and collectively, you talked about the braid, and so collectively, and that's kind of what we do. All we do is share information. We're all, we don't get paid for what we do. We don't elect each other. We pick each other and we share information. We train on taxes, because everybody loves taxes. Yay! If anyone knows me, they'll say, "Oh Lord, here comes Mary, don't talk about taxes." But there's taxes are intertwined with everything we do. Housing, health, business, everything. Work with your tax, and if you don't have tax, get it.
And are you seeing like a rise in the use of tax compacts like in Oklahoma or elsewhere?
You don't want to talk about Oklahoman compacts right now. We're having a hard time in Oklahoma with our current governor, but he's going out soon, so we're just taking a deep breath. But like right now, Muskogee Nation, there's 5 tribes that don't have a tobacco compact because the governor just will not work with us, and he loves Creek Nation. So when we come, he shuts the door, he locks the door. And that's unfortunate, because we have always had a good not always do we go in and we negotiate, do we get what we want, but at least we have, we sit at the table and we meet somewhere in the middle, and we're not given that opportunity right now. So we're working without a compact, but there's a lot of things that you can do. You keep going, and we have 36 smoke shops within the Creek Nation, and they're all still working and still making money. So you don't have to compact if you don't want to.
All right. So Joel, same question for you. How have tribal public finances changed in the last 10 years?
I think a lot of it goes to structure too. More tribes go in self-governance, gives them the flexibility to make those decisions, and we're talking sovereignty, we're talking all these different terms. To me, when you're self-governance, that gives you the full capacity to use these different arms. And I think the structure of the entities is important, the governance as well. I think tribes have improved, gotten better, understood those. But I think we're also using all the tools in the toolbox. I'm not a very handy person either, so my wife, I always tease her that my toolbox, and she actually carries a toolbox. But I think things that, especially for Rocky Boy, we've used tax credits to finish our big clinic. We used it on the back end as well, which was great to help us finish it. We would have never got it done. And then in our administrative building, we were able to use tax credits. Medicaid, Medicare, we got all of our tribal members on insurance. We use T-SHIP, we have a tribal sponsorship, and also federal health employment for benefits for our employees. So really try to use all those different payers as well with third-party revenue, and then building that back into the business. The other is 105L. 105L for tribes. It's been used as a mechanism even by some banks. We haven't used it to leverage with a bank, but it's been done with multiple banks to help tribes with that revenue, to pay those debts down. So really just tribes accessing all those to help build that infrastructure. So.
Great. So you mentioned self-governance. Can you maybe describe a little bit for the audience, like what self-governance tribes are as opposed to tribes that are compacting tribes or contracting tribes? What are the kind of differences, and how has self-governance given Rocky Boys like an advantage in doing these kinds of projects?
Well, I think just having us understand what our people need and then making decisions quickly without waiting, sitting on somebody's desk or some regional, not to knock IHS or BIA, they got a lot going on, but us, we could focus on Rocky Boy. And I think that's the biggest thing. The other things is just the fluidity of to like if you need more money in PRC or purchase referred care, then you're able to move dollars to certain areas to benefit the tribe. So making those decisions, I think, is the biggest, without going into the details of boring them on, we got a single audit, you got to have 3 years of good audits to get into self-governance, all those different things. So I would just say that gives that fluidity to make those changes to meet the needs of the community.
Okay. And I know just a number of years ago, Rocky Boy's old clinic basically got wiped out by a flood. So this new clinic was built how many years ago?
They started it in 2012, got to a point we didn't have enough money. Finally, 2016, 2017, tribe just said, well, we'll build it ourselves. And that's kind of self-governance kind of mentality. And then we used the final tax credit to finish the building, so.
And that's New Market tax credit?
Yes, that's New Market.
Okay.
So we've done 3 New Market tax credit deals since, so.
Great. And just one last follow-up question. I'm from Rocky Boys, if you guys Rocky Boys doesn't have a huge tax base. As far as I know, it doesn't issue bonds. That facility was what, maybe a $45, $50 million facility?
The current clinic?
Yeah.
It was about 27. I think we do pay a tribal tax. I always say that because to build on trust land in the middle of north central Montana, we pay extra we can't get workforce. I think we struggle with that. We're paying more for supplies and everything. So there is a tax we pay for building on trust land.
Okay. All right.
So you probably add 10, 12 million that you wouldn't pay in Great Falls or Havre. So.
Okay. Excellent. So I think I'll move on to the next question. We'll go over to Debbie again. In your experience, how has data or lack thereof played a role in tribal public finances, and what are the data gaps?
That's really an excellent question, and particularly right now in coastal Alaska, up in the northwest part of the state, there is some major flooding happening. The village of Kotzebue had a mandatory evacuation notice go out last night, so my prayers are with my friends and relatives who are in that part of the state who are facing some unprecedented flooding. The data gaps there along the coastal regions, it's interesting. We do have data on population. The population it's small and it's dated. And I often wonder about some of the conversation that we heard earlier today about the community that is doing their own their own census every 5 years, and I was wondering if that would help if we had more up-to-date data, if we could mobilize resources more quickly, data on weather, data on changes in the rising water, having access to that more quickly. Locally, and this is not something that's new, the indigenous people of Alaska, the coastal people, which I'm from, a whaling village, the village of whales. I'm a descendant of whales. So our people have been watching things like not just temperature, but watching the currents, water levels, the cloud formation, winds. The people are and have been experts in watching those that data. And it was stored locally in each person's mind, and people were able to make decisions about when to move, when to travel, whether or not to hunt. And so to me, one of the biggest gaps is the gap between traditional data, and I do know that in the halls of academia, we would call it traditional knowledge, but technically it's data. There are observations over time that have been collected from millennia, from generation to generation, and how do we, again, braid the past with the present so that we can use this information. I feel like our villages who are on these coastal regions, they're at risk for a couple of things. Data is behind because there are scientifics. I know that there's scientific methodology for collecting data, right? So I feel like there's like a time gap. There's a delay before data is published. And I appreciate that as somebody. I went to the University of Chicago and I understand research and the scientific method and having peer-reviewed papers, but do you understand how that is going to have a delay before it's going to be useful to people on the ground to say, we need to do some moving, we need to migrate, we need to move upland, we need to start getting resources in place to get some seawalls built. So to me, in the last 5 or 10 years, what I'm seeing right now, it looks like we have a storm that's going to be about the same impact of a storm that was called Merbach, which wiped out a lot of traditional campsites that people in Nome who work in Nome, but then drive to their campsites, our old family campsites, to camp, gather fish and process it, hang it and dry it for the winter time to offset their food needs for the winter, to offset the economic cash costs of buying food. So if that's wiped out, if those resources are wiped out, it has a heavy economic toll. And so some of that data there too, what was the impact? We can say, oh, well, they had some campsites wiped out. It's not camp, it's not recreational. What does that mean? It means that they've lost the access to go and have a place that it was established where they could gather their food. And what's the dollar amount that they've lost? Do they have to build a new campsite, or did the tributaries change? So I feel like there's just, there's a lot.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, I mean, has there been an effort amongst Alaska Native villages to maybe try to bridge that gap, gather that kind of data, especially from elders and people who have that knowledge, and then, try to prepare for things like what's happening now?
So yes, and were people listening? In 1997, I visited the village of Wales, and I had a really nice conversation with an elder, Ernest Oxrock. He's somebody who had been on my grandpa's hunting umiak, one of the last umiaks that was hunting whales out of the village of Wales. He was gathering data on his own with just little tiny instruments, and he was talking about some of the things that are happening. That was in 97. But he didn't really have an audience except for the village of about 190, just under 200 people. And there was certainly no university knocking on his door to ask Mr. Oxrock, what have you been seeing? There have been observations, but no one has been actively gathering it until recently. I feel like recently there are some, mostly because of the increase in interest in the Arctic, particularly the Northwest Passage. So now all of a sudden, because we're at the nexus of some global trading pathways, now it's very important to know about the ice formation, how long it's there, when does it start to form. So now it's affecting the globe, so now that information is being gathered. It's disheartening that the local people couldn't get access to people that could help them use their data to move or motivate or request some resources to maybe protect themselves a little bit earlier from some of these climate trends.
Okay. Mary, same question. In your experience, how has data or lack thereof played a role in tribal public finances, and what are the data gaps?
I think I was thinking about that last night, and that, trying to gather, I was thinking about how do we use data in taxation, and it's mainly, we want to look and see what other tribes are doing in taxation. So do they have a compact? Do they have MOUs? What taxes do they have? Do they even have taxes? If they do, are they actually collecting that tax. Because one of the things that we have found throughout the years is you'll go and a tribe will have their tax code all set up, and they'll have it, it looks all pretty and it's all in there, but they're not assessing any of the taxes. They haven't collected anything. So, you know, one of the things, you know, when I first started and I was young coming in from the private sector, and you know how we are when we go home, they're like, we're going to put you on a board and get you started, get your foot in the door, you know, so you'll never leave home. So, you know, at that time, they said, we're going to put you on the tax commission. There's a position on there. And I was like, okay, whatever that means, okay. But, you know, when I went in, I was like, okay, what do I do here? You know, how do I learn how to help my tribe? How do I learn how to help my people? And so I literally, back in the late 90s, I was calling all the tribes in Oklahoma. That was my data gathering. You know, what taxes do you have? What do you pay? How many employees do you have? You know, all these questions. And I did my own little data, the old time way, you know, and I had all 39 tribes and what they did. Okay, but I didn't know at the time. I looked at some of those tribes and I was like, wow, they're really making money on taxes. And then I learned they weren't even assessing the tax. So, you know, as you're gathering data and information, there's always that extra step you got to go to get further data, right? And get all this information so you have the correct data. And I know at Creek Nation, Secretary Harjo, he's working, he works on a lot of the tax credit side. I work on the majority of the tribal tax side and tax credits too. And that's what we're doing right now. You'll be happy. You know, Muskogee Nation we're working with some companies. We're trying to pick the right ones so that we can start putting together our own data. Because as we're growing, and we are growing, we were talking a little bit earlier, and I'm glad we had that conversation, because you look at, we were talking about the health side, and you don't think taxes, right? You think health. You think, you know, it's a hope, but taxes is a big thing in health. You know, we're at Muskogee Nation, our health department has grown. They have several hospitals and clinics, and they wanted to even go a step further, and we talked about this too. Going to have that meeting next week. I'm excited about that because they're going to start their own company to make their own, you know, sheets, gowns, all these things to cut the cost to help the nation. That's not only going to help commerce, health, but tax, because we're going to help them with tax credits and help them get that going. So, you know, it takes everybody to work together in communication along with data to make sure that your nation succeed, right? So nationally, one of the things that we're doing is putting together just that. We're putting together some data on the tribes of compacting and what is their needs, where they're at. That's the first thing I do when I go in somewhere. And I help a lot of tribes. I consult with tribes, and I help tribes. Just they call me, and I help them the best I can. And that's the first question, you know, I ask is, where are you? You know, what's around you? I want to visually see. And you were talking about Alaska, and when we talk about Alaska, Kiki knows that, Larry knows that Alaska doesn't tax because they don't have a land base. So some of the questions that have come to us through the years is, how can we help Alaska villages try to capture some of that revenue? And so everybody come to NEDA next week at the conference, but no, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about trying to find a way to help our Alaska neighbors. How are we going to capture some of that revenue that we get to do down here? But anyway, so that's just you know, that's the importance of data, even in tax, but it just, like, again, we keep bringing this back. So this is a good thing here. Mm-hmm. How that braid, you know, how it all works together, not just at home, but nationally, and helping our neighbors. It's all about helping. How can we help you grow, help you succeed? Because that's one of the things, the most important things about data is we need to share it. And for those who have worked in data gathering, you know, there's some tribes that don't want to share, and that makes it difficult. you know, and I understand that. It's a delicate place to be as a tribal leader and as an elder. How much information do we give that's ours? You know, because I know in how I grew up, we didn't ask questions. You know, they said, you do this, you do that, you do this, and we didn't question our elders or why we did it. The younger generation now, they ask, well, why do we do that, Mimi? You know, how come I can only do this, Mimi? You know, and so I have to explain things now. And that's a good thing. That's progression, that's just growth, and that's the change of times. But it's a delicate balance, you know, with our tribes that are very cultural. They don't want to share that information, and we have to understand that and treat it very delicately, and how we do that, and what we use it for, and how we put it out there. So, you know, that's some of the just thoughts that I had on the data and the importance of it. It is important. It is important, and it's going to help us grow and change and prepare for the next 7 generations.
Excellent. So Joel, same question. In your experience, how has data or lack thereof played a role in tribal public finances, and what, in your experience, are the data gaps?
Well, I think originally our tribal view of data, we use it for grants, you know, and it was all the sad statistics we got. Everybody, I think of those Native communities, like 90% unhappy, all those, you know, everybody on the reservations poor, all these different low numbers, and especially in the health metrics, highest in diabetes, suicide rate, all those different things. I think us is just owning those and then deciding, because she looked right at me when sharing our data, because we don't share our data very often either. But I think it's just been a mindset change of the tribe, of starting to take control of the narrative of the data as well. I know it's really come in handy with our building projects, even the tribe's current tribal office building we got. You know, we were able to help with a lot of the data, get business plans, all those different things that were never done before for some of our tribal entities, and really put those together. So that's really been a big benefit. And then on the health metrics on the data, that's a huge, you know, when you're putting out suicide rates, things like that, you know, there's repercussions for those. So we've been mindful of the data and how to use the data to further that, because we want to make sure as a health center, we're making an impact in the community. Like, we got this SDPI program, I was teasing, I said, we've had this for 20, 30 years. It seems like everybody's on that, you know, on Ozempic and Wegovy. I said, we need to really dive in. Are we making an impact with this program? And really examining our programs too, to show that, hey, we made a difference. So I think that's been a huge change, is just using them. So.
Yeah. So it sounds like Rocky Boys is kind of developing its own kind of data, statistics, and things like that. How does that work with like health stats, mortality? You mentioned suicide. How does Rocky Boys get that kind of information?
We work with, I think the gentleman brought it up, the Tribal Epi Center. Not all tribes in Montana and Wyoming use the Tribal Epi. We do. We're a big partner. We got a data sharing agreement with them. I think really building on to that though, and continuing that relationship. So we've used them. I think there's still some misnomers with they get all the data correctly. So tribal, because a lot of tribes still using the old VA EHR. It's not very good, especially pulling data. So we're switching to a new EHR. So where the data will be a lot easier, a lot smoother, a lot more digestible. So.
Okay, great. I think we have time for one more lightning round question. What are the most innovative strategies you have seen in tribal public finance in the last several years? We'll go with Debbie first.
So one of the most recent examples that I can think of off the top of my head was when I was working down in Kutznewu, which is near Juneau. There's a tribe there, Huna. Huna has a tribal enterprise. They took an island that is their island, and they built a port there that can receive the large cruise ships. So large cruise ships often stop in Juneau. That's not unusual. Juneau has been built up. If you've been up there, you've seen the shops that look like any place else in the Caribbean. It's kind of gross to me. But what Huna did is they built up a port of call that is cultural, and it's a destination where it's family-oriented. You can do a tour of an old processing plant, which is kind of fun. There's zip lines. You can jump into ATVs. It's like a half-day port of call visit. So they literally just we talked about this earlier, build it, and they will come. The cruise ships are stopping there. They've siphoned away business from Juneau, and the finance innovation, they partnered with Norwegian Cruise Lines. Norwegian Cruise Lines put up the money. I don't know the details about how they'll get paid back, but they will, because as my understanding is, this has been very successful. So I like the idea of partnering with money. You don't necessarily have to go for grants or loans. You can, there's a lot of other ways you can put together capital to do interesting projects.
And does all that revenue go into funding, public services, or is it used in a variety of different ways?
So it depends on if it was the Native Corporation or the tribe itself, and this is where, because it wasn't who I was working for, I don't know the details, but if it's the Native Corporation, which is for profit, then the profits would be shared with their shareholders, or also tribal members. So it's the tribe that builds it, then it will go into the tribal budget. So either way, the benefits will go to tribal members.
Okay. All right, Mary.
Well, I thought about this one too. Taxation's tricky. Right? So strategies, I would think, oops, can you hear me? Sorry, moving around here. I think the way that I can best other tribal governments, even at the national level, is, traditionally when you look at right, you don't always have to go the traditional route. So just remember that in strategizing and moving forward, you don't always have to go the way that we've always done it. There's always a better way to do it. So have an open mind.
Yes. And Joel, wrap us up with innovative strategies.
I think we could talk 105L, we could talk tax credit. I think one thing we've done is we've had to invest in our people, and that was a struggle, I think, is to getting them up to par in this business systems, from healthcare to business. And to me, that's innovative because we don't always do that. We always wait for them to show up. And I think as a health center, we said we're going to invest in our community and our people. And I think that has helped us on this finance journey, is getting everybody up to speed, getting them loving self-governance, loving healthcare, all those different things. Because that, for us, that's, we're rural, remote. I mean, that was a challenge. And I think investing in our people has seen the greatest returns for us. So.
Okay. Well, that wraps us up. Thank you to all the panelists. I appreciate it.
And Joel for a great conversation, and for our colleagues at Harvard, and Amalia for sharing a couple new data resources. We're going to take a quick lunch break. So the folks in the back half of the room, you'll want to exit out of the main doors that you came in. The folks in the front, you'll want to go through this middle door. The food is over here against the hallway, and then there's two different rooms where you can find a place to eat, to find a friend to sit with, share some story. For those of you who are online, you can stay on the live stream. We'll come back here at 12:40. We'll start again at 12:40 promptly. Enjoy your lunch. Over the last day or so, a number of conversations and growing excitement around a project or a data collaboration between CICD and tribal governments around the country called the Survey of Native Nations. As Alene mentioned yesterday, we are at that point where we have the opportunity to sort of launch the Survey of Native Nations in scale to make it available to all tribes around the country. And I just wanted to thank, first and foremost, our partners in our first pilot, the tribes in Montana, who trusted us with the pilot, and then tribes in the Pacific Northwest and along the East Coast, as well as partners with AT&I and USET, who worked with us on phase 2. So really excited to be inviting my colleague up to talk a little bit more about the survey before turning it over to the panelists. I'd like to introduce Phil Gover, one of our senior policy analysts.
All right. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is full of salmon and delicious wild rice. Thank you all very much for being here. My name is Phil Gover, and I am a senior project manager at the Center for Indian Country Development. For the last year, I've worked with my colleagues at CICD to develop the Survey of Native Nations, CICD's most ambitious data project yet. I will be your host and moderator for this afternoon's conversation about the survey. Let me get my... As with many public events related to the bank, you should know that the views here are the presenters, and not necessarily the views of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis or the Federal Reserve System. So shout out to Dawson. A little more than 3 years ago, CICD announced its data initiative, a commitment to making economic data about Indian country more accessible to the public, but most especially to tribal governments and stakeholders in tribal economies. Many of the products and much of our research on a variety of topics in tribal public finance and community or Native community financial inclusion rely on public data sources and also a few purchasable ones. But there are limits to what can be understood both about the past and the present of tribal economies by only considering public data sources. Public data sets, especially geography-based ones, rarely consider tribal geographies in their conception, and so data can be scattered. Additionally, many large-scale public data collection efforts use techniques to mask data for anonymity that can make some smaller communities' public data opaque or inaccurate. It's taken us a little more than 2 years to build our internal capacity within the center to offer a national survey to all tribal governments in the country. We've been running pilots with small groups of tribes to test our design theories, to test our technological platform, to test our engagement strategies, and to stress test our data stewardship processes. But I am here to get the word out to Indian country that CICD is up to the task with a survey that has hopefully something appealing for every tribe, regardless of enrollment, land base, or economy. So that brings me to the Survey of Native Nations. What is the survey? The survey is a confidential data collaboration that collects tribal government budget data, think revenues and categorized expenditures, for fiscal year 2022. For the past 2 years, CICD has piloted the survey, as I mentioned before, with groups of tribes from 2 regions, partnering to collect data and in return offer a survey report that uses the tribe's survey submission to compare, visualize, and analyze data about the tribe, the surrounding local governments, and anonymized data of other tribes participating in the survey. In an era of federal funding uncertainty, understanding how federal transfers flow through the public economy at the local level can help tribes plan and advocate for themselves, as well as their policy prerogatives. This data can contextualize how tribal governments impact the local economy and deliver programs and services, as well as showing tribes gaps in the local public service provision. Sorry. There we go. For me, the survey project is really a microcosm, I think, of what makes CICD special in the tribal economics and policy ecosystem. It has flexed all of our competencies, collecting and organizing data, analyzing policy context, and building genuine relationships with tribal governments, while also challenging us to develop new skills and deliver real value for Indian country. Let's talk about that value. Reciprocity and mutual benefit were the driving values for our project team as we designed the SNN participant reports. In exchange for their data submission, we wanted to deliver tribes value for the information they trusted us with, while also demonstrating what's possible when you organize, analyze, and visualize public and private data. The report is divided into thirds, with each section focused on providing data that contextualizes the tribe's own data submission. The first section is focused on the tribe itself and provides a profile of public data about that tribe, its local geography, and the demography for the surveyed year. The second section takes the tribe's data and sets it in comparison to the fiscal data of local governments that the tribe chooses, county or municipal. For fiscal year 2022, CICD has access to a public finance database of nearly every state and local government in the country. And we designed our survey to be able to make apples to apples comparisons between the revenue and expense categories of tribal and local governments. Let's see here. The third and final section of the report shares anonymized, aggregated tribal government data from other survey participants and compares them to the tribe's response. This data can help tribes understand the kinds of revenues other tribes are generating in a variety of categories and analyze their own program and service mix. We are particularly excited to nerd out on tax revenue data. I think we all know taxes are a marginal part of tribal government budgets compared to many other revenue sources. That said, there's still not a lot of great data directly from tribes on the kinds and amounts of taxes that they collect. We believe that if we're successful with the survey, we will have developed perhaps one of the best tribal taxation data sets in existence. This is data that can be used by tribes to tell a more complete story about tribal governments and push their policy prerogatives. Finally, let me briefly comment on how CICD benefits. The taxation data set is a great example of how private data collection can inform policy analysis, but it's not the only thing that we're excited to discuss or corroborate about tribal government finance. Other research topics that can be derived from a successful data collection effort include how tribal government development impacts local and regional economies, how non-natives benefit from tribal government service, program provision, and investment, how state policies impact both tribes' ability to grow their economies, and how policies can be aligned to be beneficial to both tribes and local government. Let me bring us home and turn to our panel by focusing last but not least on tribal data sovereignty. CICD has been at the forefront of considering how economic and demographic data interact with the sovereign rights of tribes to control data about their communities and themselves. And we have instilled these values into the design of the survey and how tribes interact with it. Flexible design of the survey gives tribes an abundance of choice in and if and how they want to answer a question. For each question about revenues or expenditures or tribal government characteristics, a tribe can choose if it wants to participate in the question, what kind of data it wants to share, and estimates or ranges are acceptable, as are emissions. Data sovereignty aligned stewardship is another feature of the survey. Tribes are the owners of their data. We are merely its caretakers. Even after submission, tribes can determine how and if their data will be used by CICD, and the survey comes with a data use agreement that explicitly outlines the tribe's rights to data and CICD's obligations to the tribe. Lastly, the Fed's experience as a system. The Federal Reserve System has both the institutional culture, but also the technological infrastructure to secure private data of tribes like few entities that they work with. Federal Reserve System collects and stores some of the most sensitive financial information in our economy. And we hope that tribal governments come to view CICD and the Federal Reserve as exceedingly competent stewards of private information, keeping it safe and using it only as intended and agreed upon. With that, let's turn to our amazing panel. These lovely people have spent the last year and a bit working with CICD to implement the pilot and to spread the word about the survey, and we're grateful for their service and time. First, let me introduce Chairman Gerald Gray. Chairman Gray serves as chairman of the Little Shell Tribe of Montana and also of the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders Council, which serves 12 tribes in the Rocky Mountain region. He's also a commissioner on the Montana State Tribal Economic Development Commission. Chairman Gray oversees tribal programs and economic opportunities for the tribe. He also maintains the government-to-government relationship with city, county, state, and federal governments on behalf of the tribe's 5,400 members. Also on our panel is Kitki Carroll, Executive Director of the United South and Eastern Tribes. Kitki is an enrolled citizen of Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and a descendant of Cheyenne Peace Chief Black Kettle. Since 2010, he has served as the Executive Director of the United South and Eastern Tribes and the USET Sovereignty Protection Fund, a nonprofit intertribal organization representing 33 federally recognized tribal nations on the East Coast and South regions of the United States. And last but not least is my colleague and friend Amber Schultz-Oliver, Executive Director of the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians, or ATNI. Amber is from Yakima and Wasco and has been the executive director of ATNI for a few years now. Also has established firm roots in Portland, Oregon. ATNI is an organization dedicated to promoting tribal self-determination and sovereignty and serves 57 tribal nations in the Pacific Northwest. Join me in welcoming our panel as we get started.
Oh.
I was less graceful than I intended to be. Right. Well, thank you all so much for being here. I'm really excited to get into this. My first question for all three of you, excuse me, is I'd like to, we talked a little bit about the data initiative and where the survey, the survey's genesis. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the root causes. Like, why is the survey necessary? Why is intertribal data collection compelling? I think we've heard a lot about that in terms of talking about economic data gaps, right? So we launched the initiative 3 years ago. The survey of Native nations helps tribes in Indian countries' economic development stakeholders better understand tribal government public finance. And so in your experience, how do economic, or rather, what do economic data gaps cost Indian country? And I'll let whoever would like to take it away.
Well, I can speak on behalf of the Little Shell. In the state of Montana, it literally would cost us hundreds of millions of dollars without this data. We use it for a whole variety of things. When you're talking about, local economies, state economies, federal, everything we do is reliant on data. And the new buzzword from, for example, the Montana legislators is, where's the data? Let's see the data. And it really helps too, especially in the state of Montana with the tribes, to show, for example, Rocky Boy, how much money goes off the reservation to Hill County. That's a big, unbelievable. They don't realize it. The city commissioners, county commissioners, even the state of Montana, when you show the flow out from this, it's huge. And it costs us a lot of money if we don't have that data to access, grants, everything, federal funding. It's a big deal. Mike's.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chairman. And I know that this has been said a lot of times during this summit, but data is just a method for us to tell our story both individually and collectively. And without strong data, decision makers are lacking the critical tool in their tool belt to make decisions in all areas of governance. We need strong, consistent data to show us the arc of where we've been, progress we've made on some of our goals, and can inform where we might want to go. Today we don't have a strong, consistent collective data set, but that's what this project aims to fix. And it's a kind of an opportunity loss that we haven't been doing this for 10, 20 years, but all we can do is start today. So.
Pivawana, Pivincenta Voice, Nahishave, Kitkikero, Nia Esh, CICD, for the invitation to be here. My name is Kitkikero, I serve as Executive Director for United South and Eastern Tribes. I want to offer just a little bit different spin because I've heard a lot of the responses so far. My most simple response to that question is it costs us the strength of our people in our communities, right? I want to tell you a little bit more what I mean by that. But just for some context, so our organization does a variety of things that includes data. We do both the policy work, the legislation work, the litigation work, as well as the programmatic work, including like we are the Tribal Epidemiology Center for the region of our geographic footprint. So data is part of everything that we do. So the reason why I want to frame it that way and offer some context is when we're having these conversations about data, and I want to make sure that we raise this every time we have this conversation. There's data offered and used from the context of justifying fulfillment of promises and obligations, right? We all know that game. If you want more roads money, then show me what your need is, right? And then there's the other part of data, which is about our governing officials, which is I want to stress, this is a survey of nations, of government structures, not clubs, right? So when we talk about data, what we should be talking about, even though that's the game we have to play over here in terms of access to resources that are obligated to us, the conversation is about our decision makers, our elected officials, our governance structures, which ties in the public finance piece, right? Revenues in, goods and services out. To make sure that our governance folks have the data to make decisions that are about their community, their nations, right? And that's what sovereignty is about. Making those decisions that are best for our people that we determine, not satisfying some sort of artificial need justification measure in order for a promise to be fulfilled. And I think that's critically important as we have these conversations about data, that we make that distinction between oftentimes how data is used as also oftentimes like a grant mentality, justify your needs, show me a measurable outcome, et cetera, but we also have seen many instances where even when you do that, there are failures related to that in terms of fulfillment of obligations. The other thing that I want to mention in response to that question, because it was something I heard this morning when we were talking about ISDA. So this is the 50th year anniversary, as you all know, of the passage of Indian self-determination. Prior to that, we're talking about 200 plus years of intentional interrupted disruption to our natural evolution of economic growth and development, right? So we're talking about only the last 50 years of nation rebuilding that was interrupted. But I want us to be very careful on how we talk about that because there's the context of ISDA, which is federal Indian law, when you're talking about self-determination, self-governance, and here are the guardrails and constructs of which we allow you to exert those sovereign rights and authorities within this framework. Really what we're talking about as we're talking about moving forward as Native nations and what our economies and rebuilding looks like is not constricted by federal Indian policy, because what sovereignty really is about tribal policy. The laws, the rules, the regulations that we write for ourselves that are designed specifically for our communities, not somebody else designing the limitations for us. So I want to make sure that as we're having these conversations, that's where data becomes so critical and important for our communities and our nations to make those decisions, because that's the era that we're in now, right? We're in this era of resurgence, reimagination, all these things to restore what is inherently ours, which were a basis of strong economies, healthy communities, vibrant communities, all those things that we know to be true that were disrupted. Now the question is, how do you overcome all of that and continue to progress forward in a way that's really rooted in that indigeneity?
I love that. I really like that you mentioned sovereignty. It's a great lead-in for the next question I want to have, or next discussion I want to have, which is, so we've covered the topic of Indigenous data sovereignty many times at this data summit and in other venues. To me, as I've thought about these issues, and I've thought about my role on the project team for the survey and my attitudes and orientations towards data sovereignty, to me there's a tension between what Indigenous data sovereignty demands of organizations but also the need for better economic data that I think everyone can see, that we need better data, right? So my question for you all would be, like, how do we as consumers and producers of tribal data, given the range and perspective of experience in this panel, how do we balance that tension in our data work?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that one, or I'll start us off. I think it's really important to note that data gathering efforts in Indian country haven't always been performed in good faith, and have even been used to harm our communities. And so it's natural that there's a certain skepticism from tribes when potentially unknown bodies come in and say, give us your data, we're gonna do something great for you, right? And so that's why I really appreciate CICD's approach to this project, is taking sort of a slow build in, really, patience, working on trying to identify those metrics that are going to be most impactful and most useful to tribes. And this put a lot of thought in design in terms of how to gather that data. So Phil, as you said before, tribes are able to answer as much or as little as they want, or give the type of information. Sometimes it's just a yes or no, we engage in that type of revenue or expense. It's a phased approach. You start with one state, Montana, then move to regional organizations. Regional organizations, ATNI was formed in 1953. We have trusted relationships with our tribes, using those relationships to develop kind of that buy-in, that early buy-in. And then I think also just making sure that that data is protected. And you mentioned the data use agreements, making sure that the tribes own this data. CICD doesn't own this data. ATNI doesn't own this data. We'll only see aggregated data. We won't see anything specific. But I think just being really cognizant and really specific with how you designed it, very patient. And I think you really worked with your communities to do it. Bravo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the Little Shell, how we saw this is we had a survey done 10 years ago or so with the state of Montana. We had to be really careful, and we were really leery about this survey at first, because it's like, we're always the guinea pig in Indian country, right? People want to come in and get their dissertations done. They always want to research us like we're in this little bubble, right? Because we're so unique. But with us in the center is, it's really about trusted voices and our relationship. Having Casey, Heather, Andy come out and talk to each one of us and explain it. And this data is, it's going to be good stuff. It's not going to be used against you. It's your data. You own it. I got the survey a couple weeks ago. It was emailed to me. And talk about secure. I had to have like 2 or 3 passwords to get on it. I opened it up on my laptop, and I'm like, okay, I was reading through it, and I'm like, I'll just download it. And I downloaded it on my laptop, and I went to open it. What, I have to have passwords again? I mean, it is so secure. But, it's worth it, because we really need those charts that Phil showed are huge to us. I mean, to be able to see those comparisons, amongst tribes, county and state level, I mean, it was a really a positive thing for us. And I think if we have our trusted voices going out to any country to explain how this will help and benefit each tribe, it's a win-win.
If I could just I agree with everything that Amber had offered. I want to double down on what the chairman just offered. So one of the things, in further compliment of the way that you guys approached this, was building that rapport with the tribal nations, the tribe leaders, helping them understand that this would be a resource and a tool in their arsenal to make whatever fight it is that they want to make, or whatever point it is that they want to make. But I too want to share something. Rob had mentioned 2 things in his remarks this morning on the panel, and 2 of them I wanted to talk about. One was I was part of a conversation with him yesterday as well, and there was something raised in that conversation that really stuck with me last night. When we talk about things like gross domestic product, right, GDP, and This morning when Sharon opened us up, she reminded us of making sure that everything is grounded and rooted in our Indigenous values, right? And so when we talk about GDP, that comes up in the space of economic development and strength of economies and all that sort of stuff. But one of the folks in our discussion last night shared the perspective of gross domestic happiness, right? So it's not just about the monetary value of what we're talking about. But if we're going to talk about Indigenous values, then there's other layers and components to this. And the fact that CICD can have that awareness and perspective in a way that others can't have, I think goes a long way. The other thing that is critically important from your comment this morning, Rob, which is kind of reflective of the moment that we're in right now in a very sharp way, but it's not just unique to this moment. Language that we use in all these conversations is beyond critically important. We are dealing with decades, if not centuries, of intentional language used to achieve certain goals. And we have to recognize that. So when Rob was talking about those 5 challenges this morning, the one that I want to pull out from those 5 challenges is this topic about race, right? Because that comes into this conversation. Indian country has to be on high alert right now of making that clear distinction between discussions on race and discussions on citizenship and nationhood status, government status. Those are 2 completely different things. And too often they get blended together and confused, which is problematic to the very basis and the foundation of relationship that we talk about with the United States. So as we're doing efforts like this, as you are doing efforts like this and others, that has to be front and center to these conversations, because that's where the trust comes in from tribal nations, right? To make sure that information isn't being used in a way that weakens the structures and systems that are critical to support this relationship. And furthermore, critical to support the economic rebuild that is grounded in that government status, right? Because we have the ability and right to do things that others don't have to have, because it's grounded in our inherent sovereign rights and authorities, right? And then we have to battle out in the courts when those are opposed. But those are critically important elements to anybody who's coming in, knocking on a tribe's door, to make sure that those principles are understood. Before then, we can have any real conversation about what the actual endeavor is. Because if there isn't trust that that's going to be protected, none of this goes any distance at all.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're going to talk a little bit more about this before we wrap up, but I do agree. I think our perception and credibility as the Federal Reserve, as CICD, our ability to steward this data, I mean, that will be the bar, right? But by whether or not I think we're successful. I want to maybe turn our attention to the actual experience of doing the survey. I think, Chairman Gray, you are in the only company, rarefied company, in that Little Shell has taken part in both phases of the pilot project. With the first pilot we did with a group of Montana tribes a couple years ago, and then earlier this year, in phase 2 when we grew the sample. Your data submission was about your tribal government. Your first one was about your tribal government in 2019, before Little Shell had attained federal recognition. And this past year, you submitted data for the fiscal year of the survey project, which is fiscal year 2022, after Little Shell had achieved federal recognition. So this is a really unique perspective. And I wonder if you could share with us, tell us a little bit about Little Shell's journey to federal recognition, and I think you hinted at this a little bit, but also why acquiring and using economic data was a priority for you as the tribe's chairman.
Sure. So we're the newest federally recognized tribe, number 574. We don't call it federal recognition, we call it federal restoration. We were restored to recognition. Just because we didn't sign the 10-cent treaty and the government didn't want to recognize Chief Little Shell and the band that we're part of, now we're restored back to that right that we have, right? And so we participated this in 2019, which was really cool because we were a state recognized tribe. All we were getting is little state grants, it'd help out, but then we became restored to recognition, and then right up in 2020 when we were doing this survey, we received CARES money, and then we received ARPA money. So, which is kind of unique, because then hopefully we'll get to do it again, and then we can have this baseline. So it was before recognition, during recognition, and then, with the COVID money, and then afterwards. So we're really excited to see the next phase of that and do those comparisons where we lie. But that was a base point for us. We fought for recognition for over 150 years and never gave up. It was, I became chairman, or I was first vice chair in 2010, and I said, well, I'm going to take on this federal recognition thing. It can't be that hard. 9 years later, we finally got it done. It was a battle, but I became chair in 2012 and just continuously hounding on, the federal government or our delegation to restore this. But this data, it's huge. We could really see that, where we're at before recognition was really cool. The COVID thing was kind of a unique thing, but the money that came from Treasury was based on tribal populations, and if we didn't have that, and going back to your point on the census, I was lucky enough to, in my previous life as an advertiser, we worked on the U.S. Census in 2000, 2010, and 2020. We were the company that did the advertising for American Indians, Alaska Natives. But to come to find out, it was always a fight with it because the highest undercount population, American Indians, Alaska Natives. The lowest amount of funding to do the advertising, American Indians and Alaska Natives, every time. And as Casey said, he calls it an asterisk. We're the other. It's always African American, Asian, and other. We're always other. And what the hell is that, right? It's really frustrating. But what they do, and I learned is in this advertising for the census, is they take American Indian, Alaska Native alone and use that as the base to fund it, not in combination. So I always tell people, if you're American Indian, don't check American Indian Hispanic. Don't check American Indian White. Just pick American Indian and write down your tribe's name. And for us, it's a big deal. Because that's all that money is based on population. So.
Thank you. I want to turn now to Kiki and Amber. You guys were coming at the project from a different perspective. You both represent large regional tribal organizations that partner with tribal governments to grow their capacity and services. How has partnering with CICD to spread the word about the survey, how is that aligned with ATNI and USET's goals for its membership? And how do you envision using SNN data to advance a policy agenda for your member governments?
So our interest in this was we view it as another tool for the advocacy that we do, right? That's what we do. So in addition to doing the programmatic support of our member tribal nations, and it even extends beyond just our member tribal nations with some of our work that we do. It's another way to make our arguments, to make our case, right? Because then there's the policy side of things. What I would say, though, Mary made a comment earlier on the last panel about things not changing since 1997 or something like that, I think is what she said. And she's not wrong, right? Now, things have improved. I'm not going to say that they haven't, right? But it's a similar conversation I had with my own mother years ago, who did the work back in the 80s and shared a similar sentiment to me early on in this work that I'm doing. And that only changes if you're willing to change the rules of the game, right, and the way that we play this, right? Yeah. And so for us, it's meeting each moment for what is needed for that moment to make the argument in the case, right? Yeah. So without getting into the depths of policy discussions right now, there's the arguments to be made where you need the data to justify what they perceive as the federal investment, even though we would say they're obligations, unfulfilled obligations and promises, right? But you still have to play that game. And then there's, from an economics space, the one thing I want to be very careful here too is how we use data and when we also use that data. So one of the things that we've been dealing with for years as unique to this moment, but is particularly sharp in this moment, is this idea and notion that if tribe A over here has had economic success, then that somehow diminishes trust and treaty obligations to that tribe, right? That is a total falsehood. That is not the way that this should be understood. But there are many who don't understand this, because somebody also made the comment about us all being educators. That's very true, right? We're constantly having to educate people about why we are who we are, why we have the rights to do what we do, et cetera. But in terms of this report, it tells a story. It provides data that supports that story that can be used in very strategic spaces that advance the ball forward, right? But it's going to be resources like this and others working in combination, because our interest was coupled with some work that we had done. When Harvard was up there, Dr. Aki's name was up there. We had done some initial work with him with the U.S. Census work that they were doing. And then we were doing some of our own regional economic analysis. So those three forces coming together at the same time rounded out kind of that story that we were telling through from that economic lens. But really what it's all about for us, not only for our direct membership, for Indian country overall, is how do we create the best scenario or scenarios for tribal nations to rebuild and restore their rightful place so they're not an asterisk, right? We should not be viewed as an asterisk. In fact, we should be the most prominent chapter in any single story because it all starts with us, right? And that's not just from a historical context, that's a modern day context and everything in between those bookends. But the fact that we don't do that is a failure on this whole system, right? So which is why we then all have to do our individual work that we do. So I know it's a long and convoluted answer to your question, but it's a tool that we just continue to use to make our case. But you have to be very strategic in the use of it to make sure that data, because any data can be manipulated for ulterior motives and intentions if you aren't smart with its use. And that, I think, ties it back to tribes and tribal leaders' caution sometimes with data about what are you going to do with this data that you take from me? Is it really just for your dissertation, or really is it for some other objective that that we may not be aware of?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I feel like that aspect of it is really important, like making sure that I think of it as almost like making sure that we're delivering like really good value with the data that we're giving, and ensuring that the data that we're giving back, it may be, to your point, Chairman Gray, is a little overwhelming, 40 figures, 60 pages of analysis and text in each report. But we do that because we want to also, I think, demonstrate what it looks like to take public data, to take your own data, mix it together, and then put it to use, right? Demonstrate how to do it. What do you think, Amber?
Yeah, so one of the projects that the board's taken on earlier this summer is we're doing some strategic planning, refreshing our mission. And the draft that we have working right now is that AT&I is to advance tribal sovereignty and culture by providing a forum for collaboration, advocacy, education, and traditional teachings. And data is critical for achieving those goals. We need data to be able to advance policy and track progress with economic self-determination and self-sufficiency. And it's really important for AT&I to tell our story as a region. Now, unfortunately, we didn't have enough AT&I tribes engaged in the survey for us to have a regionally specific report. But we did get a flavor of the report with all of the tribes, and I think it's really interesting to see kind of how that data is really going to tell stories. So I heard it in an earlier panel, I think it was yesterday, taking those anecdotal points and using data for proof, right? So we can say there's these disparities or these big gaps, but now we have numbers and we have hard comparisons. And I think that's going to be a little bit more of a powerful storytelling tool. I don't know exactly how we're going to be using this information going forward, but I'm hoping that we can show the positive impacts that tribes have had on local communities. I think it will be important to identify the gaps and disparities, and and I think also just being able to identify the goals and then track our progress along those goals.
Thank you. We've got just a few minutes left, so maybe for our final question with our remaining time, why do you think your members or other tribes should consider participating in the Survey of Native Nations? Do my job for me. No.
Well, I think it gives a really good baseline to see, like, Amber was saying, to show the communities that we're in, the comparisons, what we contribute. Then it also really helps us. I mean, we have to think of this as, as a tribal council, we have to deal with a lot of stuff: housing, healthcare, education. We don't have all the time, and then when the center came to us and said, hey, we're going to do, you want to, yeah, you're going to do it for us? That was a huge win for us to be able to do that. And then we could use this data moving forward to do those comparisons, see where we're spending, where we need to put more money, because there's a lot of, when I learned this, when we were state recognized, there wasn't so many grants out there for us. We became federally recognized, and they're just like, okay, which one do we catch now? Constantly going after them. But with this data, it shows us where we're low, and where we need to be, and where we don't need to go, right? So it's a huge thing. And I think, again, going back to trusted voices, if we can get out in Indian country and have Casey and Heather and Andy, tell the story about this and how important it is, along with us tribal leaders. If you get out in front of tribal leaders, I think it's a pretty easy sell, and it's really important for us to have this. Thank you.
Yeah, we're really excited about how AT&I can use this aggregated data to tell our story, but I think, Chairman, what you just underscored, I think is even more important, that the tribes are going to have access to this really rich data set that's comparative to local governments, the federal governments, and using that for, like you said, all sorts of grant writing, however else the tribes might want to use the data. So I think that if the tribes can see the individual value, I mean, the regional, we're kind of a gateway in, right? And we can use it the way, however we're going to be able to. But I think that CICD put a lot of thought in designing this survey, ensuring that sensitive information is protected. Tribes do not have to give all of their secrets away. And it's not secrets, right? It's actually really, there's reasons why this information needs to be protected. And I think it really is designed with tribes in mind, and that came up earlier in a panel also, that this isn't just the data points that the census already collects, it's the ones that are going to be most useful for tribes. So I think with all of those things, and there's a lot of reasons why I think AT&I tribes didn't participate in phase 2. I think part of it was timing, just there was a lot of other priorities that were taking place. I do know also, and I heard tribes say, we're just going to wait and see what the other tribes get back. So I think now that we have these tangible reports, people can see the data, and you even have these bogus reports with fake data, but you can see what kind of information, what kind of comparisons are made. I think having that where people can hold it, governments can hold it and say, okay, I can see how that'd be useful. I think we're going to start seeing a tipping point in phase 3.
I guess I would say reputation and skill matters, right? So you guys bring reputation and skill, but you also bring an Indigenous lens to layer that with, right? And to the earlier comment that was made about the shortfall of Native economists that are out there, I think that's a true comment. And I think what's important in spaces like this is that as we are pushing and advocating for more Native economists, et cetera, that they aren't just approaching it from what they're going to get taught in the institutions from a general economics 101 from undergrad up to PhD, but also all that information and education layered with an Indigenous understanding of how to apply that, right? So I view this of what you guys are doing as kind of a step in that space of Indigenous folks working for a reputable entity, providing information that's valuable. But at the end of the day, the reason to the why to the tribal leader who may be contemplating involving themselves within this, because that's your responsibility as an elected official. If we're going to talk about public finance, your responsibility is to ensure the health and wellness of your community and your people. That's your job, right? And so you can only effectively do that the more data that you have to make decisions that are best for your people and your communities. So it just rounds out your portfolio to be able to make well-informed decisions that are for the benefit of our people that we're coming off of, again, decades and centuries of damage and trauma and all these other things that we talk about. That's the past. We're talking about moving forward in a more informed, more healthy sort of way, and you need this information to be able to do that.
Beautiful. Well, let me wrap us up here and get back to my notes real quick. So I want to thank our panelists for their time and for being champions of intertribal data collaboration in Indian country. Let me conclude by sharing some information about how your tribal government might participate in the Survey of Native Nations. The easiest way is to scan that QR code right up there that says Learn More. If it's on your computer screen or whatever, it should work. I tried it this morning. You can scan that code, let us know who you are, and our team will reach out to you. Another way is that you're going to see us, me, Casey, folks from our team on the road a lot over the next year, talking about the survey, talking about data collection in Indian country, and hopefully connecting with each and every one of you individually in the coming months to talk about this project. Participating in the survey is a two-step process. First, your tribe's elected leadership has to approve participation, however your tribal government decides such actions. Once approved, our project team works with an appointed member of your tribe's finance staff to develop a survey response and provide technical assistance as needed. The survey is free to participate in, and the only cost is probably staff time to compose a survey response. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I hope this session has inspired you to think about data collaboration. Whether you read about the survey and end up partnering with us and submitting data, or read about the survey and think and realize it's not for you, I hope that you, at the very least, open your mind to data collection for your tribe, for your government. And come up with just sort of shift your mindset, but also I think come up with a real framework, in a vision for how your tribal government wants to collect, organize, and utilize data, whether you're getting it from the Federal Reserve or you're collecting it for yourself. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I appreciate you all, and we'll get to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Chairman Gray and Kit Key and Amber, not only for the participating on the panel and sharing some incredible insights, but for your trust with the Center for Indian Country Development as we've worked through a process really thoughtfully to really try to bring value to Indian country through the Survey of Native Nations. At this time, I realized that we had a pretty condensed lunch period, so I just wanted to give everyone another short break. We're going to take a break until 1:40 Central Time. For those that are online, you can just stay on the live stream. We'll start again at 1:40 with my colleague, CICD Senior Policy Analyst Mishu Kokodoku, who's going to introduce our next panel on partnerships in the investment landscape in Indigenous communities. We'll be back at 1:40 Central Time.
And then, as Casey mentioned, this panel is going to inform us about new capitalization partnerships to new sources of capital for native CDFI loan funds. And then we will also talk about some data that these folks were able to use to inform the development of these partnerships. So I have here three practitioners. They're really skilled people. I have Casey Feldman, who's the Executive Director of ATNI, Economic Development Corporation. And Casey, in this role, oversees the Economic Development Division, Financial Services, and the Northwest Native Lending Network from the organization's headquarters in Portland, Oregon. And she's a member of the first wave of the Remote Trading Economies Apprenticeship, the board treasurer for _Native News, and a board member for the Center for Inclusive Entrepreneurship. She identifies as an entrepreneur enthusiast and works to serve Native businesses and grow economic prosperity across Indian country. So join me in welcoming Casey. And next we have Crystal Cornelius, who is the president and CEO of OWISTA Corporation. And as many of you know, OWISTA is a national Native community development financial institution, and we predominantly serve Native communities across the contiguous United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. Crystal has worked with Native communities for most of her professional career, with more than 26 years of experience working in Native economic development field. She's an enrolled member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin and a member of the Tchourumoff Band of Chippewa Indians located in North Dakota. She has dedicated her career to capitalizing Native communities, upholding of tribal sovereignty and self-determination measures through the issuance of capital and organizational capacity building efforts. Again, join me in welcoming Crystal. And then last but not least, we have Nancy Jordan, who's the Executive Director, Capacity Developer, Success Coach for the Pacific Northwest Tribal Landing, also a Native CDFI. Nancy, her journey began on her family farm, where she learned the values of hard work, resilience, and connection to the land. From there, Nancy began her career as an agricultural commercial lender and appraiser, setting the stage for a lifetime dedicated to financial empowerment and community development. Again, join me in welcoming Nancy. So yesterday and today we heard a lot about Native CDFIs, and then I've spent a lot of time working on the topic, but actually last night at the reception somebody asked the question, what exactly is Native CDFI? I'm like, okay. We have to talk to the practitioners today. Maybe, Crystal, you want to give us kind of a very condensed version, definition of Native CDFI?
So the acronym for CDFI is Community Development Financial Institution, and that is a special program that was built in the late 90s under the Clinton administration. It's the only program under the IRS. And a CDFI essentially is an organization. It's a loan fund that couples by prerequisite capacity building and funding to marginalized communities that are outside of regular capital markets. So on the whole gist of CDFIs throughout the nation, there's over 1,100 CDFIs in the nation. There's a CDFI in every state that is either dealing with larger infrastructure, small business, housing, consumer credit. When we look at Native CDFIs really have changed the economic landscape of our tribal communities in many ways. Because when we look at what opportunities are there for capital to build private sectors to help with upward financial mobility, access to credit, more importantly, access to safe and affordable credit. As we know, within many of our reservation communities, we are outliers of predatory lending institutions. Banks aren't necessarily coming in and creating satellite offices, so the measures that we have to absorb capital have been very restrictive and or very predatory. So CDFIs over the last 20 years have become the financial pillars in their respective tribal communities that offer any tribal member a chance to grow, a chance to say, hey, I need a car, I want a house, I want to start a business. And what's beautiful about our CDFI industry, and I know that we all underwrite and do things differently, but we never say no. We say not yet. So if there's a reason why you're not able to be able to access a certain capital product, it's not, any innate factor that we cannot help you with on a capacity building measure. So a CDFI is a fancy word for a revolving loan fund, a mission-driven lender that provides capital, but also provides the education you need to succeed.
Thank you, Crystal. So I have a couple of slides I wanted to use to sort of frame the rest of our conversation. and beginning with an important one. So so that's a usual disclaimer. But also, this next one, I think, if you want to maybe keep something, take one point away from this slide, this is to show that all CDFIs struggle when it comes to meeting the demand, but native CDFIs encounter relatively greater difficulties. As you can see, this is a survey data that we use, Matt and I and a couple of colleagues from the Richmond Fed. The first couple of bars, you see that 25% percentage point native CDFI were more likely to report an increase in demand over the past 12 months. And the next couple of ones, talking about expected demand, they probably about 19 percentage point more likely to see or to expect an increase in demand over the next 12 months. Yet, and when it comes to the ability to fully meet the demands, we see that they're less likely able to do that. And then finally, what we try to sort of relax the definition a little bit to see who's actually able to fully or mostly meet the demand. You see native CDFIs were at 50%, and then compared to non-native CDFI, 71%. So that's something to keep in mind when it comes to the important role of native CDFI, what they're doing, but still they're having challenge meeting the demand. And the next slide will kind of explain why, and then we use the same survey data, and then the most common reasons mentioned by native CDFIs are lending capital and operational funding. And then final slide that I want you to see, this is a different survey data that we used to produce this slide, thanks to my other colleagues, Valentina, Laurel, and Peter. We asked the respondent to sort of give us the top sources of lending funds and operational funds. And this was what they came up with. First, CDFI fund. Next, non-regulated financial institutions. And then by that, mostly they meant organizations like OISTA, non-regulated financial institutions that fund other CDFIs, and then federal government. So if, based on the previous slide, there are some significant challenges and they're not able to fully meet the demands, and then this slide is showing that these are the top sources of, funding for native CDFIs. What does that mean? Do they have to look elsewhere? So that's the reason why we wanted to talk to all three of you. Maybe over the past year or so, you have developed some new partnerships. You have looked elsewhere. So we wanted to talk to each one of you. And the question that I have for each one of you, the first question is to tell us or describe some new partnership that you have started, and give us, well, if you want to, you can tell us about the partners. If you want to say more about the partnerships, what it will do to your organization, please feel free to do so. Maybe, why don't I start with you, Nancy?
I'd be happy to offer that. I was thinking about this, and the new partnerships, I'll list three, was the Washington Department of Commerce. They had a new blended capital fund from the SSBCI. We have also been doing participation lending, and the third one is we're looking into shared resources. But I'll deep dive into the blended capital, and this was a new offering that came out looking to serve areas and communities for moderate to lower income clients. So it added a new data set that we added to our application form that asked us to ask the client what we have our income verification, but then it was also how many are in your household, because it was using the HUD, the data from HUD and the data sets, so it could qualify into a certain category, and if they were lower than 120% area median income, it was eligible for this fund. What was wonderful about it is that it came at a time when our revolving loan fund dollars were just going out. We've expanded our footprint from we have been LEMI CDFI, and we've moved to Pacific Northwest Tribal Lending, we've got more folks reaching out to us, so the board decided we've got to take the leap. We've got to, let the organization grow into the need that's growing. And so the need for the revolving loan fund on that slide is very true for us. We are partnering and looking in every direction because the funds, the applications are coming in, and our partners, we're going to be looking at them. But I'll touch on the data sets about that area median income a little later. But that was a new data set that we've needed to work with in our clients.
Thank you, Nancy. How about you, Casey?
Well, thank you so much for having me here. It's a real pleasure to speak to this group. If you've heard me speak before, you've probably heard me mention the State Small Business Credit Initiative. That is really the program that's been a catalyst of a lot of the activity that we have and really a driving force in us creating relationships across Indian country. AT&I EDC is managing a tribal consortium of 36 tribal nations who are participating with us, and we're administering their SSBCI allocations on their behalf. This is a very novel approach. We are the largest voluntary consortium of tribes participating in this program. The only consortium that's larger is the state of Alaska, who's running it through their SBDC network, but it's not a tribally driven solution. It makes us kind of a unique kind of case study in just how the consent process works and what it looks like when you really go out and speak with each tribe individually, which has been our approach that's led us to this point. So lots of relationship building, even with tribes outside of the Northwest region. Through our journey with SSBCI, we've expanded out of the footprint of AT&I to even working with tribes as far south as Arizona and New Mexico, mostly due to just the sheer lack of investors working in those communities and native lenders that were poised to take on the extra capacity needed to administer a program like SSBCI. SSBCI, the programs that we're managing through it are all built around participation lending products to either native small businesses or tribal enterprises themselves. And so in a lot of the ways, the program was written as an incentive for other lenders to participate in Indian country and deals they might not otherwise would have. And with that, some of these tribes are without financial relationships or have services. There's one community that we work with in Southern California that's an hour away from even the nearest ATM. So bringing in partnerships, bringing our own services, as well as bringing in the needed match capital, the needed matching partners to do these deals with us, has created quite a whole web that we've woven, including some work with the Federal Reserve to really bring in the banking associations, to bring in the financial community beyond CDFIs to participate. Because it's new. I mean, this is the second iteration of SSBCI, and I guess it's important to note, it's State Small Business Credit Initiative. It's not called Tribal Small Business Credit Initiative yet, unless you're talking to me. And in the first iteration of the program, there were only 2 investments made into Indian country, period, across the entire national program. And that's not indicative of a lack of demand or a lack of need in these communities. It comes down to capacity. It comes down to the need to have culturally relevant resources and resource providers that are woven through the network that it takes to really lift these programs and nurture them into a position where they can be developed in a good way.
Thank you, Casey. Now, Crystal, I know OWISTA is a national organization, national native CDFI. So what are some of the new capitalization partnerships that your organization recently entered into to really unlock new non-federal sources of capital?
OWISTA, we are maneuvering on kind of a measure of different avenues all at once. I think that we've been really good over the past 26 years of really being a capital innovator and unlocking capital in unknown resources. And we know, just looking at data, looking at the importance of having this information. Information holds the power to begin new relationships, to be able to show your needs so that you can attract that capital. So I think within the building blocks of OWISTA's forte in our operations, we're really proud, the past couple of years and since COVID, to have done quite a few new capital measures that in Indian country or Native nations haven't seen. One, we recently just launched our 150 million Building Native Futures Fund. And that is a fund that's going to be the largest fund that OESTA has hosted. Previously, we put together a $10 million fund for CDFIs to be able to have access to $1 million or more of immediate lending capital. We put together a $36 million COVID relief and recovery fund during COVID for all Native nations. And here we're really looking at how do we unlock the opportunities for clean energy and clean energy infrastructure building. So that can be anything from looking at new housing developments, to looking at new business models, to looking at solar energy resources that are going to power tribal nations. So within that, we've been really fortunate. Again, it's a $150 million pool. $70 million of that is going to be dedicated to clean energy. Another $70 million of that is dedicated towards infrastructure. And the last $10 million is a pure equity pool, which is meant to be a re-granting facility to help Native CDFIs gain the capability in whatever measure that is, so that they can also participate in these loans with the OESTA, to where we're creating a model where Indian country is investing in Indian country. So I would say that's one new model. And one other thing I'd like to highlight possibly before we go on to another question, and we just are, and we all are natives, we have to be innovative. We have to look outside of the box. We have to say, how can we maneuver operations that are still going to be culturally viable or going to honor our nations, but really push the envelope, because we have so much need. And this isn't a need-based conversation. We are worthy of this. When you look at our capacity, when you look at what we're able to offer, even, and I'm speaking to the crowd here, but sometimes it's looked more as a charity rather than building up structures of America, right? Building up these small structures. So we've been really innovative and very fortunate, and we've been able to spread that new capital to our other CDFI partners, and really permeating the social investment field. So we do really well with foundations, but as we know, a lot of times foundations in our Native nations are outside these footprints. Those relationships takes a really long time. We have really good relationships with a couple banks. Not all are really participating, but the avenue of social investors and social investment companies and those donor advised funds are a whole new realm for our Native nations to really participate in. We just recently completed our strategic plan, and we've grown so much that my board wanted an outside consultant to come in, and we did an RFP, and we had them come in, and I thought it was funny, Western philosophies from ours. And so when they looked at all of our information and we're doing some capitalization planning, they said, your biggest weakness is you have more social investors than any CDFI in the nation. And this isn't Native, this is CDFI. We have 300 investors. And they said, well, that's the biggest weakness, because what if they all pull out? And we're like, they're not pulling out. They're the last ones that are pulling out. But just interesting to see. That's something that we're really excited about and really have tried to share and really spread that wealth amongst our Native communities.
Thank you, Crystal. I know you say that you're working with a couple of banks. I wanted to show this slide again. So you see where banks are at, meaning regulated financial institutions. So what can it be done to work with more banks and benefit from their support?
If you're asking me, I don't think it's a lack of the CDFIs trying. So what can we do more? We're doing everything that we can. We're initiating those meetings. We're initiating relationships. I think data helps. So to provide that data, but as anything is, I think we see, and I'd be interested to hear your two perspectives, it's all about relationship.
Okay.
So how do you begin that relationship?
well, since you mentioned data, maybe this is a data summit, so what sort of high-quality data did you have to use in order to sort of inform the development of this new partnership? I know, Nancy, you were talking about an interesting data set. Can you say a little more about that?
Yes, I can. I'll also refer back, because I loved your other question too, and I was going to just let Casey mention about some of the work with the banks. So actually, I'll let you answer that question too, because of the work you're doing and with CRA and that kind of thing.
Well, the work that we're doing is Mishu and I were joined at the Capital Access convening in Hawaii, and we kicked off our workshop series on bank investment pitch coaching for native CDFIs across the region, and really trying to use the tools that are available that we've gotten to get some previews of today to really hone in on what the banks are really looking for when they're making their CRA investments. And I think it is on both sides. It's nice to know. It's nice to know what the banks are really looking for. But I think what it's leading me to is what's missing still, which is using data to redefine the word risk, using data to redefine return in a way that doesn't erase the Indigenous values that we inherently practice as native CDFIs.
Thank you, Casey. I think they saw that.
Thank you for letting me divert that, because that actually really touches on what I was going to mention too. And this work is about rethinking how we use our assumptions, or how we think about the data. And it's been mentioned yesterday and throughout, is kind of reimagining kind of our assumptions or the data sets that we're using. And the one I mentioned was the area median income. One of the interesting things is that during this period of time, the state of Washington also had done a deep dive study into the area median income. So I even have it here from August this year. And that one of the points that they brought up, and this is something that we kind of have talked about too, is how many, just linear checkbox questions are expected to be answered. And this one brings up that their suggestion is to revise the income eligibility calculations to account for medical or dependent care expenses. Just a simple, where it's not just your household number, but it's also, okay, what is that household about? And these are the questions that we do on a daily basis, working with all of the clients, because there is no one size fits all. You have to listen and stay, and it's the relationship that allows that part to be able to understand the deeper level. So I was very appreciative of them talking about this, what was a linear checkbox for our eligibility for these funds, and we were able to access these funds in a good way. But it was interesting that they allowed this study to now take another step forward.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to expand on the data piece? What high-quality data you feel like you had to use in order to inform these partnerships?
As a WISTA, we've always been very, very cognizant of data and the importance of data, the importance of sharing data and aggregating that data. We have a loan portfolio with about 90% of the native CDFIs on our portfolio. So it's really important. And what we've done throughout the last 15 years, first thing we did was we created a system. It's archaic now, and we're revolving out of it, but it was called OTIS. It was Opportunity Through Impact Systems. And one thing we found was nothing was standardized within the native CDFI industry in many cases. That could be intake forms, balance sheets, how you're assessing TA. So we worked with all of our CDFIs, and we created OTIS, which basically standardized the lending system. That was really helpful, because now we're all starting from a base template of what we're looking at. We're transferring that on to Salesforce, but what we have to prove pretty much is we don't have to prove anything special. We're just able to show what other business entities or CDFIs, are. So what are our assets? What are our default rates? What's our services? How many hours technical assistance? What I really, really like is when we get down to those financial mediums of really digging into our portfolio, native CDFIs outperform banks, outperform regular CDFIs decade after decade after decade after decade. When you're looking at portfolio, when you're looking at 90 days, 30, 60, when we're looking at all of the qualifications for healthy portfolios. So we just found a way to work with our CDFIs, our partners, and be able to tell that history through numbers. We know that we're really great at stories, but we do realize without that data, we're not going to be able to propel our communities of where they really deserve to be, where we deserve to be and enjoy and flourish. We're really looking about thriving. How do we get to thriving?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in after that. I think using data as a tool to drive self-determination of the tribes has been a big goal of ours. And that manifests with how we kind of onboard the tribes into our lending programs. In practice, it looks like a lot of discussion and also physically showing up and spending a full day with each of the tribes within our 36 tribe consortium. And that's a whole exercise in trust building of just letting them show you basically everything that they want, talking about strategic plans, the history, and where this capital can plug in. The data itself becomes a tool of conversation, of trust building, of really visioning, and then changing the relationship to the capital itself. Not every tribe has a very positive relationship with even debt capital, let alone other types of capital that have come into the mix now with all these complex capital stacks that are pretty much every deal that I'm seeing across Indian country now. And so a lot of the deals that we're plugging into, the tribes were ready to use their operating capital, and trying to find areas like that to just infuse a little bit of debt capital into the stack to kind of unleash the potential that we see with SSBCI has been a constant conversation. And I think the data itself, as SSBCI transforms into the condensed version that I think we're looking at with the early sunset kind of looming in 2028, I think the tribes are getting really creative, and we're going back to our strength, which especially in the Northwest is the concept of the trade routes. It's the concept of working together intercollectively with our economies and making the most of the opportunities that we have when we have them. And SSBCI is absolutely a use it or lose it scenario that's quickly reaching a kind of boiling point. And it's a lot of data collection on the way to see all the deals that have kind of made it up already. But yeah, I think the data on the other end of it is going to paint a different picture for whatever the next iteration of this program is going to look like too.
Thank you, Casey. I just will have one final question. I know folks in the room, if you have questions, please write that on your note card, and then maybe folks online can also send a question by email. So you entered into some new partnerships, and how are things going? Nancy, how are things going?
Well, actually very well. And this has been touched upon again too, is this relationship building. And one of the pieces I wanted to add to this idea of data, which is so impossible to capture, is what is the amount of investment to build these relationships? The biggest thing is you're working with these small teams and being able to carry a whole portfolio of several different hats you wear, and still building these relationships as you go. There should be, if there could be a way to measure the investment that goes into this building capacity, building relationships, and being able to be that front relationship piece. But they're going well. The piece that is interesting is when you get a relationship built up with a funder, then sometimes the funding will change. And so we've got the relationship going, and then the next go-around, well, our focus is over here. So it's another piece where it's ever-changing, and you still have to be at that front row table to be in an open position for what is going to be available maybe next year. So I think that's the biggest piece. They're great relationships. We couldn't do this without all the partnerships that we have. There's just no way this could be done without it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm happy to go. It's been quite a journey, and it's a journey where I can confidently say that CDFIs are filling the gaps across this nation. Native CDFIs and non-native CDFIs are stepping up to the plate to do the investments that are needed to activate hundreds of millions of dollars in capital available to Native small businesses and tribal enterprises right now, in a way that I just haven't seen our banking counterparts really do yet. And I think it's because there's still a huge education gap in what it is to invest on Native lands with Native business owners. And the data needed for them to understand that these are not riskier than other deals. They're actually safer, they're more solid, with better returns, not just for the community and the people, but for our planet as well. And so for me, it's been great to see the CDFI community get activated in this, despite us all facing the critical capital gap that was illustrated in your slide there. I would love for the banking partners to do that as well. And at this point, it does come down to how we're defining risk and return. And it's hard not to look at risk as essentially a rebranded redlining for our reservation communities, in that the data will show that. It'll show that in just who's actually stepping up. I mean, we've made several investments. We've just completed our first SSBCI investment in partnership with another bank. And it took a lot to get to the point of making the deal with them, more so than CDFIs, who would just look at, the kind of deck that we would prepare for them, and they're just used to taking more risk because they understand that our risk is so interconnected, that there's something really being risked if we don't invest in our small businesses when this capital is available, while it's available. We're risking this early sunset, taking and wiping out that opportunity across all SSBCI programs, not just tribal programs. I'm very passionate about this conversation because it's just I think the onus gets put on Native CDFIs a lot to keep kind of putting it out there and selling their story and talking about who they're dealing with and bringing in foundation partners and philanthropic efforts, but this is just, it's a matter of business. It's good business. These are good investments. These are investments that are turning into, the anchor institutions in our rural communities across our nation. And I'm looking forward to gathering more data on that point exactly because how is it going? It's going well, but it could be going better.
Okay. Thank you, Casey. And Crystal, any additional thoughts?
I think I would reiterate, both of those thoughts. It's been challenging, I would say, in some measures. A little bit of history. OISTA, about 2.5 years ago, we helped create an organization called Justice Climate Fund, JCF for short, and it is 6 CDFIs that represent all of the Black and brown lenders in the United States. Collectively, with OISTA representing Native nations, we were awarded $900 million of Clean Community Investment Accelerator funding, basically to kickstart the green energy landscape within Native nations. And as we know, that was terminated. And a couple of weeks ago, OISTA solely ourselves, we were awarded $156 million Solar for All grant, specifically geared towards all Native nations, and that was just terminated. So we pivot very quickly, which is nice, but we're very, very tenacious. So I really like Casey's points, in that we put the onus sometimes on smaller organizations to do more, do more, do more. We actually do have the data. We're not in a data crevice anymore by any means, and we're just building upon that with wonderful resources such as CICD. I really think our next frontier, how do we really get banks to engage? As we see just within the rest of the CDFI universe, and we have so much potential, honestly, within corporate funding and funders that we haven't touched in Native nations. We have a couple of new relationships, and they're really exciting. One is with eBay, and the other is with Kaiser Permanente. Who would have thought Kaiser Permanente, but they're really looking at health and the overall economics of health in rural communities. What do you need to get to a detriment of health? Well, we know education, we know economic opportunity. There's so many detriments in that or data points, sorry, not detriments, that can help us get to this point of healthy living communities. So I think we still have to do quite a bit of education. We have to reach out for these partnerships in perpetuity, it feels like sometimes, but it's worth it. And the more education we do, I think the more we find partners to walk hand in hand with us that are respective of our culture, but really do see the opportunity in building stronger communities just holistically. And one thing I want to note, and we had somebody from Harvard here today, and I just love all of your research. But back in COVID, they're able to show that Native nations, we contribute about $3 billion to the national economy, right? Outside, we employ over 1 million people that are non-Native. So in looking at, it's very important that we respect our own sovereignty, but it's also very important that we're respected as nations and be able to contribute to the overall national economy, because we do, and that's not necessarily stated at all times. So I went so off your question, Mishu, I'm sorry. I do that quite a bit. I'll get excited about something, but it's going well. It's challenging, but we're up for the challenge, I think.
Thank you, Crystal. I know, do we have any questions online, Andy?
Yeah, we have one question. Do you invest in or lend for housing or other projects that are on or tied to trust lands?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, there was just a presentation that was made about SSBCI being used for housing development, which is kind of a new pivot within the program. So the latest guidance is that SSBCI funds are eligible to be plugged into construction enterprises for tribes, which is really exciting, and I'm really excited to talk to more tribes about it.
Good. That's the only question? Okay. All right. Well, we still have a minute or so left, but I want to take the time to thank you for your participation, for your comment. And I know we talked about the current environment, and I like how you all strive to stay positive, to continue to highlight the important work that Native CDFIs are doing. And then we know that at the center, we will continue to be a resource. And then again, we thank you for your comment. Everyone, would you like to join me in thanking the panel? Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mishu, and thank you for that panel. The one line from there, we never say no, we just say not yet. And I think what wasn't part of the discussion around Native CDFIs that we see in our research at CICD is the important role of development services, of meeting Native clients where they're at today and working with them to be ready to take on debt and to achieve their dreams. At this time, we have one more panel left for this year's Data Summit, and it's my pleasure to invite Lenny Finde to introduce our next panel on data and diversification. Lenny is the Secretary and Treasurer of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe and a member of CICD's Leadership Council.
Test. Hey, nice to meet you. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, good. Well, hey, we made it to the last panel of the day. We're still here. It's awesome. Casey, I don't know if Heather told you, but she said we could go until about 5:30.
Oh. Yeah, nice catch.
Eastern. No, it's been a great couple of days here. It's been phenomenal, a lot of good information. It's so good to see so many folks from Indian country out here. At the last panel of the day, and before we kind of get going here, I just want to take just a minute and acknowledge a giant in Indian country that we recently lost. Our good friend Ernie Stevens, who was the longtime chairman of the Indian Gaming Association, and was just a powerful advocate for tribal sovereignty, for tribal governance, and for economic development in Indian country. And I know that he would be very supportive of the work that we're discussing today. Test. All right, there we go. All right. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Ernie and his lifetime commitment to Indian country and the work that he did. And I think what we'll be discussing here on this panel with diversification is something that he's very interested in. And so why don't we jump right in, and let's just go ahead and do a quick round of introductions here, starting with my friend Traylana.
Hi, I'm Traylana Scott. I work for Cherokee Nation businesses and the Cherokee Nation government. Got a kind of a dual role there. Currently, I'm the chief economist for Cherokee Nation businesses. And before that, I served as the CFO and treasurer for Cherokee Nation. And I had the pleasure of doing that through COVID and administering those CARES and ARPA funds. And I've been with the tribe almost 20 years now. Had a lot of roles, from legal to finance, and here I am as the economist now.
Good afternoon, Kip Ritchie. I am Forest County Potawatomi tribal member. I serve as the CEO of Potawatomi Ventures. We're the economic development arm for the Forest County Potawatomi tribe, and I've been fortunate also to have a number of different roles with the tribe. This is my 29th year, and been the CEO for about 3 years. Prior to that, I was the president of one of our subsidiary companies, and also worked in the gaming business. And it's a huge honor to work for the tribe, and also to be here today. Thank you.
My name is Dennis Fitzpatrick from the Blackfeet tribe. I'm a member of the tribe and CEO of CICD Corporation, which is the tribe's for-profit enterprise. It's a Section 17 corporation. We sort of started from the origins of the Harvard study. We've been doing this quite a while. I've been in the position for about 26 years. Before that, I was the tribal attorney. And so we've seen a lot of growth in that period of time. Gaming, hospitality, telecommunications. If it's a service, we want to try to get it to our members. And so that has filled kind of a lifetime of work for me. And so I'm here to share, just kind of what I know about data and what it takes to put some of these ventures together when you maybe don't have data. And now you're in a position of maybe gathering data for maybe other developments.
Thank you, Dennis.
Hi, I'm Ava LaPlante. I'm a research assistant here at the CICD, and I'm descended from Santo Domingo Pueblo.
Awesome. And Ava's going to share some information with us now.
So today I'm going to be talking about how we use one of our data sets to look at diversification. The views expressed here are my views and not necessarily those of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis or the Federal Reserve System. So we're going to talk first about what is the Native Entity Enterprises data set. So this is a new data set that we constructed here at the Center for Indian Country Development, and it takes a look at tribally owned businesses. And so really it's the first data set of its kind. And because of it, I'm able to be here today to talk to you about tribal business diversification. So it includes enterprises that are owned by lower 48 federally recognized tribes. And for this specific analysis, we looked at businesses that were active in 2021, and we were able to find 4,096 businesses that were owned by 330 tribes. And so this data set was compiled from 2021 to 2023. So it was quite a bit of work, but we're very excited to have it here for you guys today. So this is the first comprehensive look at tribally owned businesses. Previous ones focused on specific cuts, like ones that were in gaming, ones that were in federal contracting, that kind of thing. And this is a snapshot of businesses, so if it was findable from mid-2021 to mid-2023, we've got it in here. Okay, so this is some graphs from an upcoming article, and I'm very excited to have them here for you guys today. First, we are looking at, whoops.
Angered it.
Been there.
First, you're looking at a black screen.
Right, there we go.
And now we're going to be able to see the pie on the left has the share of need tribes that are in 4 different categories. So tribes with both federal contracting and gaming, those with gaming and no federal contracting, tribes with federal contracting and no gaming, and then tribes with neither federal contracting nor gaming. And so that dark green pie on there, that's tribes with both federal contracting and gaming. And then the right pie has the share of businesses in the need. So these are businesses that we have in this need data set that were active in 2021 that are owned by these 4 different categories of tribes. And so something interesting that we found was that, well, less than half of tribes in the need have both federal contracting and gaming businesses. They own about 75% of businesses that we have in the need. And so now we're going to look a little bit more at the concentration in these different categories of tribes. So we have on the left all 4 of those categories, and gaming and federal contracting are 2 pretty big forms of diversification. And so in order to look at different kinds of diversification, we leave those out of this analysis. So we're looking at different sectors and industries. So for sectors, that's pretty broad. Think of like a retail services as a sector, and then industries, that narrows in. So it gets pretty specific, like gas station with a convenience store is one, gas station without a convenience store is another. And so when we get closer to 0, that means that the businesses are less concentrated in a tribe. So like across sectors or industries, if a tribe was at 0, that would mean that their sales were equally shared amongst these different sectors and industries. And then conversely, if it's closer to 1, that means that 1 would mean that all of the sales are just in one sector or industry. And we see that tribes with both federal contracting and gaming tend to be the least concentrated. And so this is looking even outside of gaming and federal contracting. They own a lot of different businesses in a lot of different sectors and industries and are able to get sales from a lot of them. And then we can see that tribes with neither federal contracting nor gaming tends to be the most concentrated. Thank you very much. And please email me. I don't think there's questions for this one, but I'm happy to take any questions later.
Thank you, Ava. We appreciate it. Good information. All right. Well, why don't we start with you, Traylana? If you can share with us how Cherokee Enterprises uses data, and how does that data inform Cherokee Enterprises decision making?
Yeah, so when we're talking about diversification and further diversifying, so Cherokee Nation is one of the tribes that has both gaming and federal contracting. And as she pointed out on the slides, always looking to get into more and other businesses and industries to further diversify. And so when we start that process, we're looking at both qualitative and quantitative data. And you really start at the 30,000-foot level, and you look at publicly available nationwide or worldwide data to determine a need. Like, your services are never going to be successful if there's not a need for them. So you always start with what's the need and can I fill that need?
After looking at the nationwide data, determining a need or an opportunity, you then start pulling that opportunity and then seeing how it meshes with the tribe and your tribal competencies. So you look at things like your current revenue streams, supporting the capital that you need to start up this new industry, looking at your employment, your employee's skill set. Do you have the competencies just to jump right in there and start doing this, or do you need to build up those skill sets within your employment, or go acquire more employees? Also looking at tribal resources, your land, your natural resources. Do you have something either legally or geographically that gives you some kind of strategic advantage in the industry that you're wanting to go into? So it's a huge set of data when you're looking to diversify, and you start broad and you funnel it down. And then, last but not least, by any means, does this opportunity fit with your community and your cultural values? That's always a very important one, because if it doesn't mesh with your cultural values of your people, it's never going to be successful.
Very good. Thank you. Kip, same question for you as it relates to Potawatomi Ventures.
I agree with everything she said.
Hey, I like that.
It's very similar, right? But I think for some context too, specifically, so we're a portfolio company within the tribe's holdings, also gaming, also federal government contracting, but the way we're organized is, I would say about 60% of our business is federal government contracting, 17 businesses, about 43 joint ventures. And then we have a commercial group, so operating companies has about another 25%, which is construction, real estate, data center operations, technology, retail and convenience stores, and then electrical services contracting, emerging technologies. And then the last piece would be passive investments and venture capital. So very similar. If you look back, we got involved in gaming about 35 years ago and then started this portfolio company about 23 years ago. And prior to that, we were the poorest tribe in the state of Wisconsin. So for us, capabilities, capacity, infrastructure, business acumen, and really creating, that 7th-generation mentality of, building that up so that it is secure for the future was really important to us. So can we win? We have a shared services model, right? So within our portfolio company, HR, finance, IT, marketing strategy supports all of our businesses. And, we talk a lot about the next generation and when we started this, and today we have a number of young tribal members, well-educated, that are working within our company. So transferring that data, right, to them and making sure that they're set up for success is a really important part of what we do, but very, very similar to what you said in terms of how we're structured and what's important to the community. For us, at the beginning, it was just creating wealth and creating a dividend, and now it's becoming, since COVID in particular, it's been more of a job creator as well. So.
Yeah, Dennis, same question for
Yeah,
you.
a lot of similarities. We, I guess the only, thing is that we're a remote Montana tribe, so our population is very small. We see an influx through the summer with tourism, so we're always looking at ways to diversify into those areas that we have an advantage or somebody already wants to do business with us. But we started with businesses that needed to serve the community, and I think over the years, I think there's a realization that no one's going to come do this for you. There's not this huge investment group out there that wants to come invest in Blackfeet country, or else a grocery store would have been built years ago, or a hotel or gas station. So a lot of what we do is based on demand, and population growth of the community is driving that. So we take a lot of information on just what the demographics are in the community and the surrounding area, money coming into the county and surrounding counties. And we also look at information statistics on Glacier Park, gate numbers. We try to get any sort of numbers that are coming out of Canada, crossings and stays and overnight stays and that kind of thing, to try to take the business that we already have and maybe do the same thing in a different area. But a lot of the smaller businesses, we go right out into the communities, and we have public meetings, and we ask them, you know, is this something you want in your town or your community? And you know, a lot of them, you know, have fuel centers in locations that have less than 350 people in it. You know, so you're asking questions about, well, do you have a credit card? Do you pay with cash? Do you have a, things like that, so that you try to understand what is it that they need, and so you're collecting that across the table from some people in certain instances, and yeah.
No, very good. Thank you for that. So one thing that I'd like to circle back to for each of you is, in each of your responses, you did have a component about sort of community buy-in, obtaining that community buy-in. And so I'd be interested to hear in each of your individual experiences just how that has played out as you've looked at diversification. You know, understanding a tribal enterprise, you know, we don't necessarily have shareholders, but the tribal citizens are, for lack of a better structure, shareholders within a tribal enterprise. And so what does that look like in your experience to obtain that community input as you're looking at diversification efforts?
I'll let you go first this time. I went first last time.
Well, thank you. You know, it's interesting. When we first started this, I think there was a lot of different illusions about what this could be, and you know, obviously we had a successful gaming operation, so there's a lot of comparison to that, right? And I think now that we're in it, almost a quarter of a century, it's really having an understanding of what it is and what it isn't, right? And so that was really important. But we do a lot of outreach into the community, so we do a lot of informational meetings, we attend general council meetings, we do career exploration events, we do trade shows to really get their feedback on what's important, right? And it's a challenge. And we also have, you know, our board of directors and our tribal council that we're also spending a lot of time with to help advocate, to help go out into the community and really gather that feedback. So that's really important. And then constantly showing, we did a study a couple years ago with a company called Tribal Financial Advisors, which looked at, you know, a smaller subset, but looked at other tribal corporations and the types of how they're structured, how they're designed, and how they're finding success, how they're winning and leveraging, you know, their sovereignty in business. And that was really helpful because people didn't know. They weren't aware of that because it was not a lot of information yet on that, but now it's starting to become more available. So reaching out in the community, being present and engaging helps us to understand what to pursue.
Dennis?
Yeah, I think for us, we do a lot of the, you know, we work closely with leadership, and so we listen to what their needs are, and we try to be responsive and sort of a place where ideas can flow, but also then once an idea is developed in everyone's comfort level, that we then take the next step, and then we go out and look to see how we can bring that back or how that can be developed within our structure and within our community. And then usually the leaders are hearing from the community, so it's something that they've already been told that this is what we want in our community. So it's something that doesn't have to be circled around a whole lot. It's something that we've went without for so many years, and now is it possible you can bring this here? And basically, does it make sense? Does it can it sustain itself? Is it something that is profitable, that can happen? And that's something that I've always, you know, talked about with our organization, is that, you know, the success isn't just getting the door open or cutting the ribbon. It's like, can that business stay here for 20 years or 30 years, or can it evolve into something else? So it's like, that's where I think we really have to, you know, measure our, and this is a good, this is a good set here of information that hopefully we're a part of this in 20 years and being able to show that, there was success and good decision-making happened, and
Yes.
good pre-development happened.
Very good. Anything to add on that, Shailana?
Not really. We do the same thing. Cherokee Nation's a very large tribe, and we have a lot of citizens who live within our reservation, but also a large number that live outside. So, we have community meetings, CCO meetings, CCO organizations, and what I would say is, we go through tribal council, and the people are very quick to tell tribal counselors what they want and what they don't want.
Yeah.
And then they can relay that on to us. And so that's kind of the model that we use, being in the community ourselves and through our leadership.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Dennis, for our next question, we'll start with you. How does Sela Corporation manage internal data infrastructure and protect sensitive data?
Okay. So, we've grown in this area. We haven't always started out as a particular high-tech business when it comes to IT, but we're evolving, and one of our companies that we purchased recently is the local telephone exchange, and so and we've been growing sort of with our capacity in the last 5 or 6 years because of that, and because of the need to protect customer data. Yeah. So we use in our organization we'll use SharePoint. We'll set permissions for certain staff, and so we protect financial data, but also data that a customer might provide us in order to qualify for one of our programs. And so there's there's a Lifeline program that we administer, and we try to get as many people on that program to reduce cost of their phone service. And they have to provide us with certain private information, and so we take that real serious. Our employees take training for that each year. That's mandated. And we're working with an outside company. Money is always an issue when it comes to security. There's not enough of it to provide the level of security you want. But we've partnered with a real good company, a native company, and they're teaching our folks a lot about how to advance this security that happens each day, the threats that we face. So,
yeah, interesting.
Yep.
Shailana.
Yeah, so we always look at it, it's a balance for us between transparency and protecting proprietary information. We firmly believe that our citizens deserve to know where the money is coming from and where the money is going to. But in the same breath, you can't publish everything. So we're really strong on holding our financials confidential until they've been audited, and then releasing them to the public. There's a couple of departments that everyone should invest in, and that is your legal department and your IT department, because that's where the holding the data confidential really comes from. Like Cherokee Nation has a FOIA law. We have our own FOIA law, which is great. Again, transparency. If a citizen wants to know something, they should be able to get it. But in that FOIA law, we have some exceptions for competitive advantage, stuff that we don't want our competitors to pick up on, especially in the federal contracting world, because it is a dog-eat-dog world out there. I think the question you asked is what data is important, and again, investing in that software. We have a wonderful HR system that we've really invested in, and one of the things that we require our employees to do, and we have 14,000 of them, is every 6 months update your skill set, which 6 months might be a little much. I've been talking to HR about that. That's pretty often. Maybe once a year. But having that data and obviously keeping it secure in our IT systems and everything, but that feeds directly back into when we're looking for new opportunities. We know the competencies of our employees. So, that's some of the data that we really seek out. And then also on the back end, we also hold that real close to our chest, because we also don't want our competitors to know what all the great employees we have, and we don't want them poached.
Yeah.
So I would just add to that, so very similar. We've grown quite a bit over the last 10 years, and we're about 800 employees, about a $450 million operation. And I would say it was about 5 years ago that we had a cybersecurity incident. And that was a wake-up call, because it happened at the portfolio company level. It didn't flow through to the tribe or the gaming operations, thankfully. And it was contained, but it was a huge wake-up call for us. And at that point, we thought we had a fairly robust IT department, but we really didn't. And I think we took the steps after that to really build up a team. So today, we have a CIO, we have a pretty large department, we have a dedicated, security team that's making sure that training is available for all of our employees. We really take all the steps with firewalls and multi-factor authentication and 24/7 monitoring and pen testing, all that stuff to really protect us and to protect our data. And again, I think it was a wake-up call for the tribe too, to say, we need to collaborate on this, because and we hear about these things all the time. Right? I mean, that was a huge issue in Las Vegas not too long ago. So I think we powered up and really took it seriously, and I think that made a huge difference in protecting our data and keeping us safe. So.
Well, very good. Well, I'll just open this next question up to in any order you want to answer, whoever wants to go first. But just as you think about diversification efforts, what data gaps can you talk a little bit about as in your experience you've worked toward a concept of diversification? Where have you lacked information that has stopped you from exploring a diversification effort?
I've thought of this, and I guess what I struggle with in our kind of remote area, and other Montana tribes do the same, is just attracting talent. And if you we have a community college in town which does a great job of picking up on trade coursework, but it's just what are the kids going into? What's the pipeline of talent coming, and how do we plug into that? And we've offered scholarships into our local communities, trying to instill some sort of connection between the company and the younger generation. But I think it's just, I don't know where that's at, really. I don't know how many folks plan to come back, and in the fields and the trades that you need to grow a company and to continue this company moving forward. Handing it off, I mean, that's kind of where I see is sort of a blind spot for us.
Yeah. I would agree with that. It's knowing what our young kids are doing. So the Cherokee Nation does invest very heavily in scholarships. And like I said, we require our employees to update their skills, but we don't know what our Cherokee citizens who are not employees. And that's where we really need to be tapping in, because when Cherokee Nation Businesses was created, and like you, it's a holding company for a plethora of subsidiaries. But the act that created Cherokee Nation Businesses actually had a two-part mandate. One was to generate revenue that is sent back to the nation as a dividend for general welfare services. The other, equally separate but equal mandate, is job creation. And so Cherokee Nation is too large to be per cap. And I advocate all the time, even within the tribe, that it is just as important, arguably it has a bigger impact when you give a citizen a good paying job with good benefits. The dividend on that, per se, is exponential, because that lifts that family out of poverty or up in their whatever socioeconomic class they're in. It also lets the kids see the parents working, so it creates this generational expectation of how you adult, how you do that. And so I would say tracking those scholarships that we give, tracking those kids during college and then after college, what they're doing, what they're seeing. That's where I really want more information.
Very good.
I would agree with what both of you said. I think we've really tried to build up our internship program to find those students and bring them into the organization. And we're seeing now this funnel of employees that's starting to happen, which is really cool to see. And then also those who may not be going on to university but are working in the trades, we're also finding opportunities for them. And I think that's equally as important, right? Because not everybody's pursuing an education, and so in that form. But we need to be able to show them that this is possible. And the same thing, if you want to bring parents in and show the kids that how this works and make it accessible, right? Make it so that they can be set up for long-term success. We're starting to do management training programs and really invest in our people, and it's really starting to make a difference for us.
Very good.
The making it accessible is key. Cherokee Nation has a very robust healthcare system. We've got 10 clinics and multiple hospitals, and we do a large volume of healthcare in Northeast Oklahoma. And like everywhere in rural America, hard to attract doctors, hard to attract nurses. That's a field that's just difficult. It's a high demand field. So, knowing that we had a lack there through our data, we opened a medical school on the reservation. It's the first medical school on the reservation in America. We partnered with Oklahoma State University, and we built a medical school literally on the same parking lot as our hospital.
Wow.
So they go to school there, and then they go across the parking lot, and they do their residency at our hospitals, and then, hopefully go work in our clinics and serve our people.
Awesome. That's amazing. Well, very good. So we were just talking about where you lacked data in making a decision. Again, going back to this idea of diversifying your enterprise operation, can you think about a time when a data set was helpful and what that data set was?
The most helpful to us, and one of my main responsibilities as chief economist, we do an economic impact study every 2 years. And it's a very in-depth one. We also participate in the All Tribes Oklahoma economic impact study. And that information, just like what we're doing here, is so valuable when going and talking to state and local elected leaders, because they don't people who are not in Indian country do not realize how important Indian country is to the nation's economy. Cherokee Nation alone has a $3.4 billion impact in Oklahoma. So, and we're the largest employer, 14,000 employees. So they don't realize that. When they aren't tribal, it's like they just don't even really think about it. So you have an infographic that you take to them and say, hey, look at this. And they're like, wow, we want to partner with you because we firmly believe that, all ships rise with the tide. So we want to work closely with state and other tribes to lift everyone.
Very true. Yes. Dennis?
I guess the latest use of data we've used is in our telecommunications business, looking at the FCC's broadband map, looking at the need, and using information like that in our pursuit of funding for build-outs. And right now we're in our second year of construction of bringing fiber to every customer of ours on the reservation. Some of those folks didn't even have a telephone, much less an account or of any sort with us. So the there was some government data out there that showed the need, of course, the high-cost areas that a lot of our reservations are in to service, and recently we've actually expanded our footprint, and we're looking at providing services through the Montana BEAD program off reservation, and that was also with data showing it was a competitive process, but we had to look at data that was used for underserved or non-served customers off reservation that allows us to get to an area where we can then purchase lower cost bandwidth, and then bring that back to our customers and lower their cost. So there's been data in that area that has been helpful to advance our purpose and help our residents of our community.
Thank you. Kip, we're out of time. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm good, thank you.
No, go ahead. I was teasing.
Well, I'll be quick. So, it was funny. We recognize the gap, right? We got all this data, but we don't manage it very well. We don't access it well. We need to unlock the value of it. So we recently instituted the enterprise resource planning, so ERP, into our organization, and we started bringing business analysts and data analysts to really help us capture that in real time, and then be able to use it throughout the organization to make better decisions and with our strategic planning, with budgeting, and really share that with our leadership to see how we're transforming the organization. So that's a gap that we realize that now we've been able to address, and we'll start to see the fruits of that, I'm sure, in the coming months. So,
very good. How about a round of applause for our great panelists today? Trailana, Kip, and Dennis, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's my honor to introduce the Vice President, Alene Tchourumoff.
Thanks, Lenny. It has really been an incredible day, and actually an incredible day and a half. And I really feel like we all have a lot to think about as we return to our day-to-day work. I started off yesterday with some expressions of gratitude, and I want to continue that theme to thank our speakers and our guests for all that they shared, their wisdom that they've shared, for all of you for traveling to be with us, for the thousands of people who have joined us online, for our CICD staff. There are literally hundreds of details that went into the preparation and creation of this event, and so I really just want to give them a round of applause if you guys would join me. But it's not just the CICD staff, it's the facilities folks, law enforcement, our IT folks. Kent, I don't know how much Kent was sweating yesterday over the microphones. Our caterers for providing us delicious meals to enjoy throughout the event. So again, thank you all for all of that. Every year, okay, we can do another round of applause. Every year as we close our data summit, I try to imagine this work. What are we going to talk about next year when we gather? Or what are we going to talk about in the next 5 years or the next 10 years? And I think that it's hard to chart out exactly what the future will bring, but I think we heard a lot of important themes that I think we can bring forward in our work. One of my takeaways from today's conversations is that we're increasingly building our capacity to observe how economic conditions are changing in Indian country over time. New data sources are making it easier to monitor progress on key economic indicators. Some examples of this are things that we heard about today with CICD's new Native Economic Trends tool and the updated Harvard data book. I was jumping up and down, not literally, but in my mind, when I was listening to these presentations about all the opportunity that we have with these new tools. Resources like this make it increasingly possible to visualize economic trends, not just for Indian country as a whole, but for individual Native geographies, and to really assess how those conditions are changing over time. I'm also inspired by the ways that our growing capacity to learn from one another. I think Trailana just said a minute ago, it's like a rising tide lifting all boats. It gives us the opportunity that we can see in initiatives like the Survey of Native Nations. We're collaborating to improve public finance data for all of Indian country. We also see it in the ways that tribes and Native organizations are sharing resources with one another. Examples include tribal officials sharing their experiences with conducting a tribal census so that others can learn from those experiences, and organizations sharing resources for applying data sovereignty principles. Rather than reinventing the wheel, we see partners across Indian country actively sharing information and learning from one another. We also heard examples of the ways regional Native organizations are showing leadership in this space, providing their members and beyond with tools and resources to build their data capacity. One example of this is the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians and the United South and Eastern Tribes stepping up to help make the Survey of Native Nations pilot available to their member tribes. Efforts like this recognize that there is a wide variation across tribal governments and organizations in data infrastructure and help make data opportunities more widely available to all. We also heard examples of how insights from the research and data are being put into action. And I think this really gets into the heart of what we do here at the Center for Indian Country Development. It's part of our mission statement, actually, that we engage in actionable data and research that inform public policy discussions. And we heard over the last day and a half all about action, all about data and research in action, including how tribes are leveraging data to diversify their business portfolios, and how partners are working with our research on Native community development financial institutions to explore opportunities to expand access to capital. Earlier, yesterday, we heard Casey talk about the reasons why he's confident that partners across Indian country will answer the economic questions of the future in the best possible ways. I asked that same question on my panel, is who should we go to for how we even create the survey questions? Who should we go to when we're asking questions? And the resounding response was we should go to Indian country. We should go to community and start there. And as I listen to our speakers today and our panelists today, I share the optimism. I share the energy that we all have in this room. In the months and years to come, I'm hopeful that you continue to work with CICD and see us as a resource, and to really let us know what research and data tools would be most valuable to your work. A lot of the work that we do is actually generated from conversations that we have with all of you. We don't make this stuff up. It's really coming from somewhere else. Recordings of our conversations in the last 2 days will also be available on our website as a resource if anyone wants to go back and look at it. Encourage you all to reach out to our staff at any time if you have any questions, if you're ever interested in learning more about our work, and thank you for engaging with us in this important work during our first decade and into the next. Thank you very much.